holistically. Your inputs, of course, are of great value to the project as well as to the participants. Then gonna go ahead and start with the team presentations. Again, all teams are given 6 minutes to present, and then judges 4 minutes for Q&A. I'm gonna ask the Nisho, please just start or please manage the timer for us. And then I think we can officially start. Team Algo Clan. Team
yes.
Perfection. Hi. Thank you. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Andrew. Your time starts now.
We can't share our screen. Want to share our screen? Ma'am,
yes. Sharing a screen.
Share our screen. Oh, okay. There you go. Can you guys see my screen?
I can see you. Your video is on.
Oh, my video. Sorry. Screen. I still can't share my screen because I need to show you guys.
Okay, just give it a sec. Charlotte will organize that for you. Can you try now, Andrew?
Nope, still not working. It says you can't share while somebody else is also sharing.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing from my side. Let's try that.
Okay.
Yes?
On the button on the share, there's an arrow. The post is supposed to say allow multiple participants to share.
Okay, that now should be possible.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, now it's possible. Okay. Can you start my timer, please?
Your time starts now.
Okay. Hi guys. My name is Crichton, and I'm with Team Algo Clan. And today I'll be presenting to you guys our solution that we've come up with based on the data that was given to us. In order to make this much more efficient, we've created a website where we have shared all our data visualizations and basically part of our solution. And then just because I'm going to be pressed on time, I'm just going to quickly rush through the website itself and then quickly show you guys a mock-up that we came up with, because obviously the reason for this is come up with solutions for the problems that we come up with, right? Our team, you're going to see that later on. I'm just going to quickly just go straight down to the visualizations themselves. So the main thing that we noticed is that roughly 25% of the economy of South Africa is just from technology. It might be less or it might be larger, but we know that it's not that big. And most of the economy is basically all from the highest contribution is mostly from mining and agriculture. But then the problem with mining is that the resources are limited, and over time, the economy might just start getting strained in all of that. So we thought that it would be great for the South African economy to transition towards having a more to being more reliant on high tech. So with that, we went in and started digging as to why that is. And then, so the more we digged into the data, we noticed that the real problem here is that not everyone is learning how to use is not learning how to actually use their devices much wiser towards basically developing the economy, or in other aspects just helping themselves and South Africa itself. And there's this interesting quote that I heard is that, did you know that people have access to mobile phones more than they have access to toilets, which raises an interesting point to say, okay, you know what? If everybody has access to mobile phones, then might as well as just come up with a mobile app. And then we just thought it would be great to create a tool where everyone can just get to teach each other and develop better tools and just share their skills. And that way, everybody grows together. The benefits of being able to teach each other include economic growth, gender equality, and then obviously getting much better skills. So the app that we're going to be creating, that we want to create, is basically a tool where everybody just shares their skills and at the same time still get to earn an income. So say, for instance, from my point of view, I want to learn something. I'll just come here and say, I want to learn photography. Then I just come in there and then I see that, okay, she has four stars. That means she's pretty good at what she does. And then she has 1,200 students, whatever the case is. And then I can just say, okay, you know what? I want her to be my mentor. Then that means I'm subscribed to her teachings or whatever she wants to teach, right? And then since I'm subscribed to her teachings, that means I get to talk to her. So I can just get there and message her and get some tips or whatever it is that I want to learn. And then maybe I can send her pictures if I want to, if that's what I want to do, get some advice from her and all of that. And then other things might just include, let me just find the points where because this is a mock-up. Other things might just include being able to book her. So say for instance you want a private session where she just gives you much better tips than the ones that are public. You find that a tutoring session from her is going to be like 45 Rand for 30 minutes, and then you'll just come there, book an appointment with her, pay online, and then after you pay, then you set, right? And then you get to tutoring sessions. Other things might just include, the delete button, the close screen button it's going to close my screen. Jeez, I can't. Okay, let me drag another thing. So this is the mock-up here. I'm trying to, let me just remove this, because this thing is, yeah, let me put this aside. Just to further explain on other ideas that are part of this thing, other things include being able to stream on the app. So you want to just teach all your students all at once without having to teach them one by one. You might just offer free services and just stream there and get everybody to just learn from you without having to pay for any classes. So if you notice this is basically like a mixture between YouTube and basically being able to freelance as well. YouTube has free resources. YouTube is a free platform, but it has too many ads. And here we're trying to remove that part of having to get ads and all of that, so that you just get what you want and then you just get out of there. So if you want to learn photography, just get it and then you just get out of there. I'm not sure how much time I have currently.
Time is up, Andrew.
Okay.
Or Andrew and his team.
Gabu here, just a quick one. I couldn't just understand, where are you getting your data and what process did you follow to collect and clean it up? That's just my question.
The data was gotten it was given to us by the mentors or the hackathon itself. So we then used Python to just come up with illustrations, you can say, data visualizations and all of that. But then after we came up with the data visualizations and all of that, we then took those and then used React to create a website to just so we used Python. If you go on the website, actually, we did put a link towards where we got the data from.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Jabu. And judges, I think you have about 2 minutes left. Any other questions?
if the judges are quiet, I can ask just to understand. You spoke about your team. How many are you in your team? Because
there's 4 of us in our team.
Okay.
Yes. We were 7, but 3 quit.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I did share the link to the website on the chat in case you guys want to just check up on something.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It was very good. My question, I would like to know how difficult was it to align the policy objectives of today's program?
It was initially there was a bit of confusion between all of us, but then after a bit of digging and everything, okay, in order to come up with the policy objectives, right, the key was to be able to read the data, and then from that you can come up with the problem, and then that problem might lead to whatever policy you want to tackle. So initially, without the data, it was very hard to come up with anything. But after coming up with the data, then it was easy to just come up with many problems that we could just target and design policies from those questions.
Thank you so much for that question, Tando. Judges, I think you have about 1 minute.
Okay. Do you still have time?
I think there's about 1 minute.
Okay, let me ask this question. As you were picking the data, what challenges did you come across with the data that we have used? And how do you think you will be able to address that in the future?
When we're picking the data, there's this thing that they call the data was dirty. The data wasn't clean. So certain parts of the data weren't filled in. And if the parts aren't filled in, the data, when you come up with maybe you're trying to come up with a precise value of something, the value wasn't precise enough because some of the parts of the data were missing. So I think if you want to tackle that issue, I think it would have to do with the data scientists themselves having tools that are much, much precise from just leaving empty spaces or whatever the case. Implementing much better tools is the solution.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Andrew, from team. I'm going to move on to the next team Butter Hackers. Team Butter Hackers, are you guys here? Okay, cool. Move on to the next team.
Yes, sorry. We're here. I was raising my hand.
Also, sorry about the McDonald. You guys can start presenting. The minute you start sharing your screen, we'll then start the timer.
Okay. Let me. Is it visible? Okay?
Yes, we can see the screen. Donald.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, your time starts now.
Is my screen changing? I see.
You can see your screen, Donald?
Is it moving around at least?
No, it's not.
Like I'm checking from another screen. It's not moving.
Hi, McDonald.
Yeah.
Yes?
Press on enable editing. You'll be able to present the full screen.
All right. Thank you.
There you go. Your time starts now.
All right. We are McDonald, and I'm representing our team for a solution that we think would be very much welcome in the province of Mpumalanga. So we have something that we've developed called My Environment Monitor. So it's a concept. It's a concept that we've developed. So actually, it's centered around smart cities. So recently, we had an announcement from the government that they were interested in developing smart cities all over the country. And one of them that has been earmarked is this beautiful looking Lanzaria Airport City. And we got into thinking. So it got us thinking. How can we collaborate this idea and bring it about into reality in this province of ours? So essentially, a smart city is a technology-intensive urban environment that has got these 4 concepts here of availability, accessibility, affordability, and accountability. So based on this, there are some core elements that we noted and we thought of as interesting to our project. So on these core elements, the ones that stood out for us were clean, breathable air and robust connectivity and digitization. So why were we looking at this? And it was because this is the case that we have in most parts around the province. The issue of pollution, there is so much intense and immense pollution all over the place. So this is not conducive to a smart city model at all. So something ought to be done. So we saw a few studies that were done by Greenpeace and other ones that were also corroborated by CSIR that pointed out to the fact that Mpumalanga, precisely Witbank and Kriel, were the hotspots when it came to emissions and toxic pollution. So we proposed this technological solution, which is the environmental monitor, which is essentially a dashboard that monitors that is monitoring communication in the relay system. So the vision of this is to transform, is to be able to transform the environmental legislative framework of South Africa's Air Quality Act, so that they can fully safeguard the health and well-being of people. So the mission, with regards to this technological solution, is to innovate data analysis tools and find creative ways of communicating the pre-existing data that is available and the streaming data for the future, for the government to utilize that data and in a more sustainable and useful way in developing policies going forward. So the description of the system. So essentially, if you have gone around a bit, you might have noticed one of these things. So this is an air quality monitoring system. They are scattered all over the country, and in Mpumalanga there is at least 20 or so of these. They monitor the air quality around where it is situated. So when it comes to the system itself, it will be a centralized data visualization dashboard with an interactive dashboard that allows the users, in our case, the policymakers, to track key metric points across multiple data channels, which allows then the gathering of data points and the creation of reports that can improve strategic planning and governance. So the data pipeline essentially is the raw stream data that is from this monitoring system to being pre-processed and processed in Jupyter Notebook, all the way to a centralized database, which we're going to come back to just now, and to our visualization model on Data Studio. So essentially, these two over here are on Google Cloud Platform. So we decided that it was a good idea for us to implement cloud technologies because they allow us efficiency, centralization, and speed of data processing instead of having everything locally processed and offline. So this allows collaboration across multiple municipalities as well. So essentially, the raw data that we're getting from the monitoring systems is in this format. It is obviously unprocessed. It's not comprehensible to the human eye, and it's not actually useful for anything. So this is what we need to do. So we need to do a little bit of pre-processing initially in Jupyter Notebook. So this is the data that we have once it goes into the system. Still, it looks like something, but it's not yet fully processed and is not useful that much. So once it is a bit processed, this is where we go about removing any data that is not useful. Like you can see that we only left with sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide. So because those are the two key gases that we looked at, and we saw that they were the biggest contributors to pollution. So we
your time is
the
up.
data. And okay.
20 more seconds.
Yeah, I have some more time. Okay, thank you. So it goes to a cloud storage, which is online on Google platform, and from the cloud storage, we then pipe this data. So there is an automated pipeline from Jupyter to the cloud storage, and another automated pipeline from this cloud storage to BigQuery, from where we can then take the data straight for data visualization in Data Studios.
Okay,
this is where we can use this for reporting and all that fancy stuff that we want to do. And hopefully the policymakers can understand and be able to use this data for something.
Thank you so much,
you.
Donald.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Donald. Your time is now up. I'm going to hand over to the judges for questions.
Okay, if I may speak, Tando here. Thank you again, Dr. Hackers. Very interesting solution that you have. Question that I would like to find out during the conceptualization,
there's someone speaking over. I can't hear now. Mr. Tando, can you come again? I didn't hear me.
My question is, in your program, is there any hardware components that you're going to need for the integration of your solution? So taking it forward and expanding it, did you require any hardware? And from the data, how difficult was it when you were actually working with the actual data to transform it and strip it into something new?
For the data acquisition part, we don't have any hardware that we need to worry about. So all the data is already supplied by the South African Air Quality System Institute, which is under the Department of Water and Forestry. So they already have that data that is being streamlined into it. So if I could have mentioned that there was a system that seems to seemingly be used for that, but however, it's not being utilized to this full potential because it's not readily available and it's not conducive to user experience. So the data processing itself, we use the basic Jupyter notebooks to clean out the data that is being streamed from the systems, and just ensure that the data that we have is queryable when we want to transport it to a database on cloud storage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the judges?
Yes, I do have a question. The first one is, sorry, I didn't see the name of the team. And then the second question is, which guidelines did you follow to cater for data classifications? Since you mentioned that you acquired your data from, I think it's the Environment of Water Affairs or something.
Yes, this has been, yeah, exactly. So the guidelines, well, to be honest, to be fair with you, we were following a study that was done by Greenpeace and CSIR, so which stipulated that there were certain gases or noxious gases that were contributing immensely to the pollution of the province. So from that, we used the information that they used for their report as a baseline for what we're going to use to pipe into our system.
Thank you so much for that question, Doreen. Any other questions from the judges?
Yeah, just a quick one. from myself, I just wanted to know, I couldn't get to your final results. So can you maybe give us briefly, what does your results say in support of the policy objectives? Quickly, because we don't have enough time.
Yeah.
All right. So the results, we were trying to corroborate three things. So it's not going to be clear because I would have to open Cloud Data Studio because my snippets there are not enough. So essentially, what we're trying to corroborate is three things essentially. So the main culprit. So one of the from the studies, they say that one of the main culprits was ESCOM. So we wanted to collaborate with the data that we are collecting and the data that ESCOM is reporting themselves, whether if there is any sort of corroboration or if there is some kind of data similarities which can point straight up to the fact that ESCOM is one of the largest contributors, so that the government and the policymakers can pinpoint exactly who to issue policies and all that towards. And
thank you so much, Donald. Unfortunately, your time is up. Just going to give you just another second just to wrap up, please.
And from the health side of things as well, we wanted to create, we wanted to establish a correlation between the deterioration of health amongst especially kids and all that in the Mpumalanga province with regards is a function of pollution which is experienced around.
Thank you so much, Donald, from Team Bata Hackers. Next up is Team Code Titans. Donald, can I ask that you please stop sharing your screen? Then Code Titans, please get yourselves ready.
Sure. Hi, everyone. So the Nemisa team has asked if we can move to the main, the national Zoom, and then we'll move into a breakout room for the Mpumalanga there, if that's possible. So sorry for the inconvenience. The link is in the chat, so please do join that Zoom instead, and then we can resume shortly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlotte. Let's all then join the channel, and then we'll then resume the agenda as well.
Sorry, I let you go. How many members are in the previous Team Bata Hackers? We didn't get that.
We are four. We are four.
Yeah. Okay, can I ask that before a team presents, can we just have the number of members?
Perfect. No, yeah, I'll make sure that we have that, Doreen.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
residents regarding illegal dumping. The cost involved in removing and cleaning of illegal dumping is exorbitant. So we've identified one of the municipalities in Mpumalanga, which has a population of 278,749, and the population aged 15 to 64 is 77%, and the weekly refuse removal dropped between 2018 to 2019 by 7.3%. The answer to the question is we couldn't find much data to pull from, so our solution generates classified data for municipalities to identify illegal dumping sites, to identify slow refuse removal. So by doing that, we including youth in that process because they can be catalyst in bettering service delivery and sustaining the environment. Solutions that went viral because of the youth, I won't go much deeper, which are Fees Must Fall and Black Lives Matter. Okay, our proposed solution is called Electronic Clean, shortened for eClean. It's a mobile app that rewards you by reporting illegal dumping, lack of rubbish removal, and any service delivery issues in communities. Our process is easy. The end user, which could be anyone who has our application, use the app to report illegal dumping or a slow refuse removal. Secondly, end user takes a picture and submit it. And then in our backend or in our cloud, the image becomes analyzed and the user gets rewarded. Not always though. This is a brief of how our system works. So we drill down into slow refuse removal. So before you can report, we'll require you to scan a QR code that will be on a rubbish bin assembly point, and then you take a picture of the rubbish, and then the municipality, they can see the location on the dashboard. So the data we provide into the municipality is in two formats, JS as well as CSV. So this is briefly the data we are providing, as well as in a CSV format. So in order to have location of that specific dumping assembly point, we have coordinates on the map, which this one is Steve Tshwete municipality, where it shows weekly refuse removal sites as well as the dumping sites. So the rewards that we provide are the following: food vouchers, which we look into Pick n Pay and ShopRite, data or airtime, which our ASPs, bookstore because we are improving learning in communities. We're looking into exclusive books and CNA. So briefly, this is our business model canvas. Our key partners will be ISPs, bookstores, food retailers. Our key propositions are our app is very user-friendly. There's no in-app purchases, so everyone can use it without worrying to insert their card. Our customer segments, we look into investors. Okay, currently our limitations is waste image processing, whereby we can identify the waste and we can identify the recyclables in there. So we couldn't finish that. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Team DevStack. They're going to hand over to the judges for questions.
Can I demo maybe quickly before the questions?
Okay, cool. How many minutes left? Misha? But you did have time. Okay.
Sorry, I stopped him at 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, I'll just want to show. So this is our QR code display at this rubbish bin assembly point. So I'll start the application. So once you log in, it will want you to scan a QR code.
Comment exista.
And then you can choose what you want to report. You can report this. Sending your image to our cloud server. And then you get a reward. So I would like my partner to share a screen to show you the database, the dashboard. Tolisi, can you share your dashboard?
Right. So this is how we're gonna be displaying the uploaded data. So every time someone uploads an image, we take the coordinates where they are and then the picture. So when you go and click on that point, you should be able to see what was uploaded. So it's going to be the name, the date and time, and the image.
Okay, thank you so much, team. Your time is up. Just 1 second, just to wrap up, please. Are you done? Perfection. Judges, questions?
Okay, hi guys. Thank you very much for your presentation. So from the data being represented on the map, so with your solution, basically, are you going to be building a picture of the area? And then another question that I had, I just saw that there's a company that's doing mapping. And we know that there's a lot of illegal dumping happening in rural communities where a lot of this solution would really work. So how would your solution fit into an area where there's not much technology integrated into it?
Okay, just to answer that. Yeah, no, I'll take it. It's fine. Okay, to answer that is the location is pinpoint to our module that we're going to put down to that dumping site. So we can get the exact location where the dumping site is and pre-code it to the module. Not necessarily the user using the application will get the location from. So normally smartphones use triangulation, so that will be hard to get when you are in rural places. So we're going to pre-code the coordinates into our scanning module so that we can get the exact dumping site. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I see Nemisa has her hand up.
No, I think I'm partly answered because I was worried about where are you going to pin that QR code in the dumping site.
Okay, perfection. Any other questions from the judging panel?
Just a quick one from me, Jabu here. How would you then identify illegal dumping where there's no QR code? Because I assume people that do not dump where they are illegal, they are sort of QR codes. So how would you identify illegal dumping? That's my question. Thanks.
Yes, of course. We looked into that. Hence, for this presentation, we drilled down to slow refuse removal. So normally you will put your dustbins into one place for these guys to pick it up. So we can have identified locations where you put your dustbins, and we put our sort of like assembly point, and then we have our QR module there. But in an illegal dumping site, we might require to get data for the identified hotspots, basically. But yeah, for any new illegal dumping, we'll do our research.
Hi, Kia. Can I come in there, please?
Yes, of course.
I just want to remind the teams that please don't forget that this is a collaboration between yourselves and the municipality. So the municipality can always provide you with the recognized and the, I'm looking for the correct word, but the designated dumping sites. Anything other than that, then you would know that this is not a dumping site. So the municipality must also come in and assist you in identifying those sites that they have predefined as, yes, here you can dump anything that is not in this area, then that is illegal. Then you could use those GPS coordinates as well when you plot on your map to say, on the map, these are the plotted recognized dumping sites. Anything other than that, again, what we're picking up from GPS coordinates, it's not a legal dumping site. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for that. I think there is still time for one more question from the judges.
Unfortunately, time is up.
Thank you so much, Misho. Then I'm going to move on to the next team. Team Emmanuel, are you guys here? Team Emmanuel? Okay, cool. We are pressed for time, guys. So I'm going to move on to the next team. Team Exit Code 0. Team Exit Code 0. Last call for Team Exit Code 0. Okay, move on to group number 7, Innovative Analysts. Team Innovative Analysts.
Hello, Team Exit Code 0, we are here.
Perfection. Can I ask that you please set up your presentation?
Innovative analysts here as well.
Okay, perfect. You guys will then be after Team Exit Code 0.
All right, thanks.
Team Exit Code 0. Are you guys winning? Team Exit Code 0.
Can I please suggest we move to the next team?
Okay, cool. Team Innovative Analysts. You guys can then set up.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hi. Hi, Vila.
Hi. Yes, ma'am. I'm alone. I had a team, but unfortunately, I ended up remaining alone. So, besides me not having issues with data and not having the relevant databases that I need, but I just am going to share what I've done so far, and basically, what can I say? On the thingy, there's no presentation, but what I can do now is just give you guys what my plan was to do with the other teams, the other team members.
Okay, cool. So, thank you so much, Vuyelwa. We'll then start your timer.
Okay.
The time starts now.
Okay. So my presentation was I wanted to solve to try and solve the issue of post office issue of overcrowding there. So my plan was we can get data from, say, SASA that will give us recipient's name, address, and cell number, and then we also get data from the post office, which from the data which will give us the locations and then the number of open offices, branches of the post office. So basically, from there, we are able to cluster or segment the recipients based on their location, and then when we do that, we are able to we are able to slice the number into bits. So we can actually have a database of, let's say, because I'm in Gapogweni, how many people do we have in Gapogweni that are receiving grants? And then we get that number, and then from that number, who are they? Okay, which branch are they closest to? So that's where we do the clustering. Then okay. So yeah, basically that using what you call Python as the tool to actually do the clustering and the segmentation of the what you call the grant recipients based on their location and location of the branches near them.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Sorry to cut you off, Elwa. Thank you so much for that. I will then hand over to the judges for questions. Yes, Mr. Masango? Mr. Masango, I do see your... Yes.
Okay, thanks. I have one question. In actual fact, it's not a question. So in essence, you are saying what you have just presented will assist in actual fact in avoiding the issue of having more than the required people coming on the same day in any government office, like we mentioned, SASA or post office. So is your system going to allocate them days, time of when to...
Yes. To go to we can even go as far as setting up appointment. They come at a certain time.
Okay, even if even the type of query, so that they can be able to be easily assisted.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to check.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Masango. Sis Nemisa?
And then, hello. And then, how are you going to maybe communicate with the recipients that will be going to the SASA? Because you will know that those who are going to the post office are mainly youth, old people, and some of them may not have a smartphone that you may optimally use for this solution.
Okay, so basically for those that have cell phones, we're gonna send them the information through their cell phone number, and then we're also gonna have a poster where at the office, at the post office branch, where we're gonna have a list of all the recipients that are supposed to come this week. Let's say from Monday to Friday on that week. We only put there maybe their ID numbers only, or initials or whatever, just to identify this is me, this is who. We maybe put the ID number only, no initials, no nothing, and just what you call the date they're gonna come, basically.
I have a comment on that. First of all, let me just start by saying I applaud you for taking this initiative, considering the fact that your team bailed out on you and you don't have pretty much resources to continue. And again, on top of what I said, let me just put it out that in terms of data protection regulations, we are not allowed to display identifiable information of data subjects. So you need...
So before you carry on, okay, so on the ID, we're just gonna put maybe the first 4 digits or the last 4 digits. The rest of the number is gonna be X'd, or it's just gonna be null values. It's not gonna be the complete ID number. It's just gonna be null values in between.
All right then, but I think that you might need to find another method of hashing out the identifiable information. So you can use whatever that you would like, but it has to be hashed out so it's not identifiable.
No, thank you. We'll look at
and what's the name of your team again?
Sorry?
What's the name of your team?
Innovative Analyst.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Doreen, and thank you so much, Vuyelwa. Is there any more questions from the judging panel?
Unfortunately, Kia, we are out of time.
Okay, perfection. Thank you so much, Vuyelwa. I'm going to move on to the next team. Guys, we really are pressed for time. So I'm going to ask that all the teams that have not yet presented, please set yourselves up. I've stopped sharing my screen from my side, so just to make it more easier for you guys going forward. The next team up is Team Lone Wolf. Team Lone Wolf. Okay, cool. Move on to the next one. Team Let's Tedast. I think I'm butchering the pronunciation, but I hope you guys are here. Team Let's Tedast. Last call for Team Let's Tedast. Okay, cool. Move on to Team 10, Team Mbombela. Team Mbombela. Right. Perfect. And then Team 11 is Team Osiris. Team Osiris. Last call for Team Osiris. Okay, moving forward. Team Red Ants. Team Red Ants. Okay, last call for Team Red Ants. Okay, cool, moving forward. Team 13, Team Share Solutions. Team Share Solutions. Okay, last call for Team Share Solutions. Okay, move on to the next team. Team Siakula Tech. Team Siakula Tech. Guys, I am audible, right? Because I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
Yes. My worry is, did all the teams make it through to the breakaway to this room? That's my worry.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect, Sifiso. Thank you so much. You guys can then share your screen. Then start your presentation.
No. The thing is, the presenter is still connecting. Is trying to connect.
Okay.
He's still trying to connect.
Okay, cool. Let me just maybe see if Team Tags are here, or whilst we wait for Team Siakula Tech, the presenter, to hop onto the call. Team Tags. And then we'll come back to Team Siakula Tech. Team Tags. Yes, Team Tags is here. Perfect gift. Can I ask that you prepare your presentation, please, sir? You can share your screen. Okay, then we'll come back to our Team Siakula Tech.
Okay. How can we do this now? Okay. Good day, everyone. Okay, so my name is Gift, and our name of our team, basically. So today, our project will be based on a DNA match. As we can see, DNA was first discovered in the late 1860s, and over the past few decades, there has been a lot that has been done with it, looking at innovation, security, and all those improvements. And with DNA being one of the biotechnologies, new opportunities come into life by making the world a better place. And as our team, we have discovered that there is an issue in South Africa that needs to be resolved, especially when we are looking in the issue of rape cases. They have been increasing over the past few years, and some of them end up not being resolved successfully, and some end up in wrongful arrest because the country does not use the biotechnology that already exists to its full capabilities. And not only focusing on rape, we can also look at missing children. This project of ours can be very helpful. I'll explain briefly as time goes by. And also in situations where there was a car accident and it turns out that the car was burnt to ashes, it becomes difficult to track want to solve this issue. And as you can see on the graphs, from 2016, the rate of rape and sexual offenses started increasing, and in South Africa, it is basically sexual assaults. And these results were taken from a BBC and SAPS. And our solution basically will be all about taking DNA samples of individuals and storing them into a database. And how will this work? Similar to fingerprint scanning, the DNA samples will be collected from individuals, analyzed, and then be stored in the database in alignment to their existing ID numbers. And since most questions arise to how this data will be collected and etc., citizens will have to go to Home Affairs, and with the help of the health department, they will be the one assisting us in collecting the DNA, processing it, and storing it to the database. And similarly to fingerprint scanning, DNA can also be translated into digital data for easy storage. And also, if we can look at these two pictures, the first one is a DNA profiling, which basically describes how a DNA samples looks like after being analyzed. And to have a better way of saving it to the database, it can be similarly also be turned into a barcode so that it can be easy to track down a specific individual, unlike wasting too many resources collecting suspects. With this project of ours, we only scan the DNA sample of an individual, and then we compare it to the existing databases that will be, and then we compare it to the existing DNA samples that will be stored on the database. And the platforms and tools that we will be using for this project of ours, it's basically a web application, servers for storage and processing, necessary tools for collecting the samples, the scanner, scanning the DNA, and the tool for converting the DNA profiling, which is this one, to a digital form. And since we will be dealing with sensitive data, it is very crucial to also look at security and privacy. And this leads us to not only being involved in this project, we will also need help from the health department, police department, and the Department of Home Affairs for storing of the data, since our data, as we speak, is stored or on databases of the Department of Home Affairs.
Thank you so much.
This process.
Sorry, team tags. Your time is up. I'm just going to give you a second just to wrap up.
Okay. To wrap up everything,
I'm sorry, Gift. There's just some distortion with your sound. Could you please repeat that?
Mentioning about security, individuals' data is safe and secured, and also
Sure. Gift, I think your connection is bad. I think we've lost you again.
Missing child road accidents and.
I'm sorry, Gift. There's distortion with your sound. It's actually cutting. So I'm going to give you just a second. Please just wrap up just to make sure that the judges did get the gist of your solution. Can I please just ask again a second just to wrap up?
Sorry, can I please make a suggestion? Can we jump to the judges? I think they'll be able to ask questions that will allow them to add more. I'm just, time is a little bit not on our side.
Okay, no, that's good. Judges, questions for team tags?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to check with the team whether when they were working with this project, did they get any data that maybe show that there are lots of cases that are not solved because of the shortage of the DNA testing or whatsoever that they want to solve on this project?
Oh, unfortunately, it's our mistake. I couldn't really include the link. There is an article that we read which talks about that, but unfortunately, I couldn't add it here.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Judges, questions? And also, Gift, can I ask that you please stop sharing your screen?
I don't know if I still have time for a question. Gift, you've made mention of data storage and all the security pertaining to how it will be stored. Can you just enlighten us in terms of acquisition and access? How will you tackle that department?
The way things are at the moment, if, for example, you are going to register for an Home Affairs, they take all what our project does on that database. It's only to add a column that contains the data of a DNA samples. Similarly, whenever you commit crime and then you leave your fingerprints there, it's easy for the police department to track you down. But whenever you only leave a DNA samples, it becomes difficult because they have to waste the resources collecting suspects. So what we want the project to do is to also store database samples in a database. So whenever a DNA sample is found on a scene, the only thing that they do is to check it to who it belongs to on the database. And then in that way, it will be easier to track down those people who committed the crime.
Thank you so much. I think there's room for one last question from the judges.
I just wanted to ask them quickly, did they check of where in the world this solution actually is working, where all the DNA of the citizens are collected? Thanks.
Okay, I don't want to go to movies, but then there was this, it's a documentary that was playing once back in a while, and it was talking about how important the DNA is. And since the world is still improving, it's still trying to find better ways of how it can be used to benefit us as individuals. The DNA, although it seems kind of difficult to store in the database, there are technologies that can transform bio information into a digital form. The same as fingerprints. You scan them as a picture, but whenever they are stored, they are turned and transformed into a digital form, the zeros and ones, so it becomes easier to store.
Thanks. No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Tags. You can stop sharing your screen. And I'll give thank you so much for that. And then we'll then give Team Siyavuga Tech chance to also connect and give us their presentation. Team Siyavuga Tech. Siyakula Tech. Apologies.
Hi, I'm here. I'll try to share my screen right now.
Team Siakula, are you winning? We are running out of time.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. We are Team Siakula Tech, and we built a smart water regulator, and I'll tell you all about it right now.
Question, and how many people are in your team?
Sorry?
How many people are in your team?
It's 4.
Perfect. You can start.
Okay, our problem statement. Our problem statement is based on a real life story that happened to a friend of mine called Nemisa. In 2018, he went on a vacation with his family for 3 weeks. When they came back home, they found out that the water bill is still the same as if they were in the house the whole month. They then tried to report this matter at the municipal and were told that that's the reading they got from the meter. So they should try to trace if do they have any damaged pipes in the house, which they didn't have, by the way. So nothing could be done at that point. Then we decided to look into how the municipal works, and we found out that they use an analog system and the meter is yours to read. But they get their readings from the reservoir. For example, they supply each house with 900 liters and expect it to last for the whole month. But also they then eventually check those readings from the reservoir and compute them. This means that there is a long process before you are actually charged. And it might be that they probably made a mistake on Dumiso's case, or they just never checked and assumed based on their stats. And so with that being said, we can say now that most residents get overcharged due to inaccurate meter readings, and the municipal uses analog systems and the readings are checked on the reservoir. So we then decided to look into some facts in South Africa water and sanitation, and we found out that currently South Africa has access to surface water, which is 77% of total use from, and then groundwater is 9%, and the recycled water is 14%. And the main rivers are Orange River, the Limpopo River, the Maputo River, etc. And then the average rainfall is approximately 470 millimeters annually, and Mpumalanga receives approximately 620 millimeters, especially around September. So South Africa is hot and dry, so most of the rain that does fall evaporates quickly. And South Africa has approximately 555 water dams which collect half of South Africa's rainfall. Now with those stats, this is the Mpumalanga River and the Hara River. So here we have the Kabokweni water thrift, and this is how they charge you according to those prices. And if the friend of mine, Nemisa, happens to fall under the 18.42 cents per kiloliter. So which means he pays around 589 per month, 7,073 rands annually. So we then tried to look into how Ndumiso uses his water, and we found out that obviously, one, he uses his water for domestic activities, but also he wastes approximately 5 liters of water trying to find a suitable temperature to shower with when taking a shower. And he takes a shower 2 times a day, and he lives with 7 siblings. And imagine now, that means they waste 7 liters a day trying to find a suitable temperature. And also he has a backyard garden that he waters with 7 liters a day, and which is 1.8 per month. And then from there, he does his domestic activities with that. But then with this data from Ndumiso, we saw that he also takes part or plays a role in wasting water or being overcharged. So our solution was that, our solution aims to help the municipal eliminate their analog process of charging and provides residents with their reading also, which can be in liters or rands, depending on how you want to view it. The reason why we made our readings to be in rands is because we want to raise awareness or alert you, because I think it's different when you get your liters, when you get your usage of water in liters than in rands. In liters, it's easy to ignore. But in rands, if you know I owe the municipal 500 already, and then you'll start to use water wisely. So with that, we're trying to trick your mind into saving water. This also helps the government because they can also view the data and also have accurate data for research commissions.
Okay. Sorry to cut you everywhere, but your time is up. Let me just then hand over to the judges for questions.
Hi, Tando here. Thank you for the presentation. Lovely solution. My question is, I saw a picture of a system that you had developed there. I'd like to know, is it working? Have you used it before? And then the second question that comes into mind is that this solution is something that has already been done before. We've got other players who've got it. So what is the unique, what is so unique about your solution?
Okay, to answer the last question first, what's unique about our solution is that the data it provides is in real time, and it uses a Wi-Fi. The meter we provide uses a Wi-Fi module, and it gives you accurate readings. And you can also put whichever preferable reading you want, if you want your readings in liters or in rands. Also, the government now, what also the main unique part is that now the government can eliminate their process of calculating and reading those meters, but instead they get them sent in real time to their system. And then the second part, yes, the system you see in the picture works. I was gonna play a video where we took a clip of it.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, everywhere. Any other questions from the judges?
Hi, Kia.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Muzi here. Yeah, I think what the previous judge has highlighted, there are systems that are already in the market that look to address exactly that. So we do have smart meters. So we don't want to avoid to be reinventing the wheel, but how do you make what already exists better? How do you adjust what already exists, say for instance in Durban, to suit the environment or the circumstances that you are faced with in Gabogweni? You about bring it home and then try and address the challenges that you guys are faced with. Perhaps the communication modules that they are using in Durban may not work properly in Gabogweni. But so do a bit of research, Aviwe. You are on the right track, nothing wrong about it. There is a definite requirement need for systems like this to be in place. I think I'll pause there for now.
Thank you so much, Muzi. Any other questions from the judges? I see, Mr. Masango, your hand is up. Not too sure if it was an old hand. Any other questions from the judges?
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Sis Nemisa.
I just want to check whether how many samples did they take instead of referring to Ndumiso only.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
I mean, in your story, you cited Ndumiso as one of the person who was dearly affected by the mismatching of the meter reading. So how many of the people did you sample around Gabogweni to make sure that the problem is widespread?
Okay, we didn't take samples around his area, but then I have friends of mine in Pretoria who also complained about the same issue. And that's how we came about trying to solve this problem, since we saw that we can relate to the same problem. So around his area, we didn't take much, but we saw it's a common problem in South Africa. It's not only in his area.
Cool. Thank you so much, Aviwe. Judges' time is up. I'm going to ask for you to stop sharing your screen, Aviwe. Then I'm going to give another team exit code is on standby. Team exit code.
We are ready now. We're just struggling with sharing our presentation.
Okay. Let me try to stop.
Yes, please stop. There we go. You should be able to connect now.
Sure.
Team exit code.
Hello, yes.
Are you winning?
Yes, we just need to go to around to. Okay, do you see, is it showing?
Yes, it is.
Hello, is it showing?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We can see your screen.
Is it on present now?
Yes.
Okay.
You can begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ditori Somputi. I'm the team leader of Team Exit Code. We have two members here, it's myself and Wayne Sichole. And then we are seeking to eliminate fake news. So how many times have you actually opened your social media pages or internet and saw some news that was trending and that was deemed to be true, and a week later you actually found that it was not true, it was actually fake news? Remember when there was fake news about the lockdown, which was going to be extended to 90 days? And, conspiracy around the 5G being in some way responsible for spreading the the coronavirus. So, what is fake news? Real news, it's tweets which are from verified sources and give useful information on facts such as COVID-19. And then fake news, it's tweets, posts, articles which make claims and speculations about COVID-19 and other news which are verified to be not true. So what do we seek to do? Our team seeks to eliminate these fake news from developing a website for government whereby South Africans can actually access that website to check if what they have seen on social media or internet regarding the why do we want to do this? It will actually help individuals know immediately, after they've actually seen that article or that post through using this website, if whether these news are fake or true. And it will also save government less money to correct the spread of these fake news. Because I remember once I think everyone also remembers that there were times when news were just trending about the President Ramaphosa actually having to announce something this evening, that we're going to do our usual family meeting, and announcing of banning of the sale of alcohol, which was actually fake news. So this actually cost the government lots of money to take down those fake news, those streams that are spreading and are just trending. And then our statistics shows that I hear someone in the background, sorry. So statistics show that suspected fake news on daily there's is malinformation on our blue line, and then misinformation on our red line, disinformation on the green line, scams on the purple line, and then satire or parody, which is the blue line, and then any conspiracy news on the orange line, and then phishing news are on the blue line. So scams also can lead to people seeing job adverts that are posted, and then later to find that it's actually fake news, or people being human trafficked because of fake news. And this is actually it's a rise in our country of human trafficking. And these fake news can actually curb human trafficking in South Africa. So the impacts, like I was alluding to, the impacts of fake news. These can cause democratic impacts, citizens' loss of trust in news on the media, and then it also causes fear and panic of the unknown, such as taking vaccines. We've seen a lot of fake news around how these vaccines will actually make you faint, all these side effects that these vaccines could cause. There was one fake news now trending of the president after taking things like that. So another impact of fake news is financial impacts. There's financial impacts, like I said, on the government, and impacts also on health. I mean, right now they are the elderly who are even scared to step out of their doors because of how the COVID-19 misconceptions have just been exaggerated. And then the next point on the impact of fake news is...
Sorry to cut you off, team exit code. Your time is up. I'm just going to give you a second just to wrap up.
Okay, yes. Other impacts is racist ideas, bullying and violence against innocent people, And then we've the data that we've used is actually on fighting an infodemic on fake news data set on Facebook and Twitter. So social media platforms have become thoroughly efficient at connecting many people quickly, and such making Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and others indispensable to our families, our friends, our work in every part of our lives. And therefore, we should definitely eliminate these fake news.
Thank you so much, Team Exit Code 0. I'm going to hand over to the judges for questions.
Hi, Tango here. Thank you for your presentation. So my biggest question would be, how will you collect the data on fake news? And then how would your system algorithm ensure that this data is actually fake news? You know, because some issues where people are spreading fake news, it turns out that it's actually real, and the things that are circulating as real are actually fake. So how would your system mitigate that challenge? And how do you confirm that this news is actually not fake? Is not fake? What would the process be behind that?
Okay. So like the slide that I'm actually showing is the how to. What are we going to do? So we're going to be using machine learning, which is the algorithms that we were talking about for classification. Whereby that website will actually be the one that is going to access the news feeds to actually verify whether the news are actually fake or not fake. So they will the coding will be behind the website, whereby that website has got data that is uploaded daily in order to make sure that we classify between fake news and news that are not fake, because news go up every day and it will be updated. And this website will be using current news in order for people when they upload whichever whatever article that they saw or something to do with something that is in the current affairs, they will then scan it and actually post it on the site, and then it will be able to identify for them whether it's fake news or not.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for the question, Tando. Any other questions from the judges?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know who can go first. Okay, so wow, this is quite good. I mean, like, we really don't have a lot of fact checking websites in the country. And as an internet governance specialist, this is one of the issues that we struggle with in terms of misinformation in the COVID age. But what I wanted to caution or alarm you with is in terms of, internet governance, which govern how people use the internet in the country, we need to be careful of censorship, because what your system might pick up as false feeds will actually be the true revelations of what's currently happening. So it's crucial for you to have to have tools that verifies the information thoroughly. Because, I mean, I think Tando asked you how you're going to go about that, and your answer was not really clear. You need to be clear, because if you're going to rely on you as a fact-checking website, your tools need to be up to par, and we need to understand how the verification and authentication of the news are made and done, so that we can then not list you as one of the fact-checking sites or as one of the websites that are spreading fake news by not having proper verifications in line. So that was my comment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tando. Definitely, they as we develop this website, we will be aligning with thorough fact checks also through the library, pandas, and so we will definitely make sure that the website is aligned with correct and factual information.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Exit Code Zero. Thank you so much as well for the question, Doreen. Unfortunately, time is up. I'd like to thank all the hackers that came through for the presentations. We are now going to give judges time to go and deliberate on the scores, and then we'll then come back to the channel with the winner announcements. You can stop sharing your screen, Team Exit Code Zero. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for that, T. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll be back in the next 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Kia. Thank you, everybody that took part in the presentations. As we wait for the judges to quickly get back, normally this is where we would say pack your bags and collect all your stuff so that you're ready to head home. But since you guys are already sorted, let's use this 10 minutes or so just for a bit of feedback. How was the hackathon for you guys?
For me personally, since it's my first time actually being in a hackathon, honestly, I enjoyed it. Although in the beginning, there was a bit of miscommunication and not understanding how everything works. But over time, we actually started to figure things out a little bit. Otherwise, it was honestly a great experience. And honestly, I would do it again. I think there's another one coming up, and if I have to, then I'll do it again, honestly.
Thank you for that feedback. That means we'll see you very, very soon. Anyone else with feedback, comments? Viela?
Hi, everyone. It was a great experience for me personally, though my complaint would be that it's little time to do. There's just a lot we can do. Just listening to the other guys presenting their stuff, and I'm getting chills I'm even thinking like I can add a thing or two here and there. So, but because of the situation we are in now with the lockdowns and COVID and whatnot, we don't necessarily have that opportunity to actually gather around and just play around with these sorts of ideas just to make our South Africa a better place.
All right. Thank you, Viela. Anyone else who wants to fill in, who wants to share their comment? While someone puts up their hand, I am sharing a link on the chat. Please fill in the link. Fill in the survey. It's a survey about the hackathon. We want to better understand the hackathon, your experience, so you can make things better. We really urge you to fill in that particular link. I am dropping in the link now. Anyone else who wants to share their comment?
Hello. I think for me, it is a wealth of experience. And what I have discovered is that most of the presenters, they are not showing their processing method on the data until they arrive at the solution. But while the topics... Okay, no problem.
Thank you, T. Thank you, Ms. Nemisa, for sharing a bit. The team, everybody else, any comments, any feedback? Please do not forget to fill in the post-hackathon feedback survey. I've just dropped it on the chat. You can click it and just start filling it in now. It's very quick.
I wanted to add on what Nemisa was talking about. I think she was heading towards the point of what's this? We don't share our data, or how we manipulated our data whilst presenting, something like that.
I cannot speak
I'm waiting for somebody
was saying something like that.
To start.
I'm not sure. Okay, actually, let me just wait for it to come back first.
All right. Anyone else who wants to share a comment?
I think we are missing one judge, but has everyone been able to fill in their...
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I just realized that the presentation goes so fast that of course that is it Krypton who was speaking now, that he was saying that Nemisa was saying that we were not really showing how we interacted with our data, and I think maybe the presentation is so limited that we are unable to. We just want to give our idea across, and the time is so limited.
I'm just going to follow up with the other
a lot of work
quickly.
behind the scenes leading up to today, but it's definitely an experience.
If you can see my screen, how does everyone feel about those scores?
Really
does that tally with how you found the teams? So it looks like we have Algo Clan in first place, Butter Hackers in second, and then DevStack would be in third place.
Indeed, the time is usually limited. So that's the thing about hackathons. But you should definitely be proud for what your team has done and has achieved so far. I see Jauke's hand is up. Let me start with him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, I think I want to say big up from Mpumalanga for everyone who was part of this event. And for those that didn't manage to complete their project, please guys, don't give up. Next time, please be prepared and you will make it. So big up for everyone. It was a very good learning experience. Now we know that data can tell the story. Of course, we can do better in future. Thank you.
Definitely coaching you on that on Twitter, so go check it out, Nemisa Hack 2021. I'll definitely tweet you on that. Anyone else wants to share feedback? Does anyone else want to share feedback, comments? Out of all the teams that presented, which idea do you like the most? Which team's presentation did you like the most?
For me, there was one idea that actually caught my attention, mainly because I program in that language, and it's one of my favorite languages as well. It was the one about code scanning and littering, and all of that. I noticed that their program was written in Swift, and I love Swift, and I was just like, maybe I could add some value there, but it's their idea, so I liked the idea mainly because of the programming language, and the idea was pretty good as well at the same time. So it would be fun actually to work with them, but I don't know.
There's no need for don't know. So Krypton wants to work with their team. Do reach out to each other, guys. That's another beauty of hackathons, connecting and working and collaborating together. I've got 3 hands up. I've got Vuyelwa. Chauke, you still have your hand up. I see Miss Nomuso has a hand up. I'm not sure if she's still here, but we'll start with you, Vuyelwa.
Okay.
Vuyelwa.
Sorry?
No, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Basically, the idea that I like is the water one. The guys that were trying to solve the water issue. But I also have sort of like an idea as well on how we can go about those social issues as well. So I would also like to collaborate with the guys and actually try and see what is it that we can do to actually solve this issue of water and all this charging and whatnot. Because I think basically there is it's our database is basically they're just messed up. We need to fix our data before we can start with all this infrastructure thing and whatnot. Our data is just messed up. So if we can get guys that can actually design our databases with the understanding of how South Africa works, basically. So yeah, basically that.
All right, thank you, sir, for the feedback. Mr. Chauke, I see your hand is still up. I don't know if you want to comment, or is it an old hand? All right, Mr. McDonald, any feedback? Mabu, do you want to say something? All right, so the question is still, out of other projects that were presented, which one stood out for you? What did you like about that particular presentation? Okay, McDonald, you say your mic is not working. It's okay. Form, please fill it in. I'm going to just repost the link there. Please fill in the survey form for us. And if your team has not submitted your presentation, please make sure your presentation is submitted. Mabu, do you want to say something? Team Siakula, how was it working with electronics?
Okay, I'm here. Okay. It was nice. It was be part of a hackathon. So yeah, it's given.
All right. Yeah. Congrats, Given, for taking part in your first hackathon. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So there were a few issues that I can outline, especially on the part of components. So yeah, we had issues. So some of the components were not available. We're supposed to compromise and look for them. So I was with real solutions.
Feedback. Components were missing, but I think this is a great opportunity. Your team has taken the first step of starting the prototype. Now it's a great opportunity to continue. Please do connect with the likes of the other judges, the mentors, and also Muzi in terms of guidance, especially when it comes to those type of projects. Okay, your hand is up still.
Sure.
Someone called my name. I'm not sure who. Nontle, your feedback. How was the hackathon for you? Nontle, Cebisile. Zake.
Yeah, Michelle. No, for me, it's just easy. It was great seeing other projects and similarities there and there, but I see a lot of hackers are using latest tech like Adobe XD, doing their prototypes. I saw some electronics, ESP modules, so yeah, it's great to see developers out there. And yeah, no, the hack was great. I've learned a lot over these 3 days, manipulating data around. And yeah, all the best to you, hackers.
All the best to everyone. So we're waiting for the judges to come back and give us feedback. I do urge you guys to be ready to jump onto the other channel to join everyone else. But yeah, anyone else who wants to share any feedback, comments, positive, negative, areas we can improve in? I'll just randomly pick names. Mayibongwe. Nonhle, I think your mic is on. Do you want to say something? How are you guys shy? What's happening? Are you tired? Are you shy? Nomfundo, do you have something to say, to share?
Hi, Misho.
Yes, Gwena.
Yes, I was actually left in the session. You know what I have realized with most of the teams, it's like they want to be more independent on themselves. Hence, it is communicated to them that there are mentors. I don't know, maybe it's the digital mentoring experience that I'm having. But then I realized that most team, they're not really approaching the mentors especially, it may not be with the languages that they are using. However, it may be with the presentation, how they articulate their project, and also to minimize, I realized also a lot of the teams, they were spending more time on the problem statement. At least if they were able to communicate that to mentors or maybe to the groups that, hey, we actually need a problem with it. Or maybe they have a dry run of how they can actually present it. So and also with from my side as well, because this is actually my second hackathon that is visual. So I kinda do. I'm kind of not sure what is actually expected, because you would find sometimes when you are asking if whether they are sorted with everything, nobody would respond. Hence, the main purpose is to actually be there for them and also tell them from how they can actually learn from what is actually presented or maybe shared within the resources or maybe announcements, because we all may not understand the content that has been shared. So I think that they need to, I don't know how they will find a method of approaching the mentors and make sure that they regularly communicate with the mentors.
All right. Thanks for that. I see Zanile's hand is up. Thanks for that, Gwena.
Oh, I have a suggestion. To say, if in terms of a problem statement, actually having one defined problem and having everybody work on the same problem and seeing what different solutions people come up with. So actually working on a burning issue within the specific department, so that when you're putting in that work, you know that you're actually working on an actual issue that you actually might just see it actually implemented and see the results from that.
All right. Thanks for that feedback. We'll take note of that. So teams working on it is at times challenging, but it's also dependent on the kind of hackathon is meant to be. But that's definitely something we'll take into consideration. Thanks for that. Mr. McDonald.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
I just want to touch a little bit on the issue of mentors and the concerns raised by one of the mentors that there is lack of communication. I think from my side, this is my second hackathon that I'm part of in like a month. So the thing that what I can say from my side is there's an art when it comes to asking questions. Most of us, we have not developed that articulation as yet. So you have a problem, but then you don't actually quite know how to approach the problem and actually ask relevant questions. So I think from my side, I'm still battling with that, struggling with formulating questions that are actually quite relevant. So you get overwhelmed and end up not knowing what to ask. And so you end up not asking anything.
All right. Thanks for that. So there is that element of being overwhelmed and not sure of what to ask and how to go about asking. We will look into ways of around that. But I think okay. Thanks, Gia. So as mentioned, please fill in the form. Please fill in the form that is down there on the chat. This is now the survey form. So all this feedback that you guys are giving, that there's challenges with mentors, that approaching them, all as much as possible, please fill it in so that we can make this better, because we always want to make sure that things are better and continuously improve. I will take one or two more people because I think the judges are coming back now. So if there's anyone else who has a burning point to share, please put up your hand. Or please speak up, unmute yourself and speak. We've got Mabu as a mentor. Do you want to share anything?
Okay, guys. Hi, it's Gia here. The judges are done with the scoring and have done all the adjudication. They are currently connecting back to the session, so we can just do the final lap of that of today's agenda.
Thank you, Gia. Thank you. McDonald, your hand is still up. Thank you, sir. There's still a minute or so as we wait for the judges. I think they're coming back slowly.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Dr. Jabu. Over to you, sir, for the feedback, overall feedback from the judges panel.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the colleagues again. And well done to all those who managed to present their solutions, the different ones. So we saw some different ideas that are trying to solve real problems. So we really, really appreciate it. Just some feedback from myself, especially for those who will be going forward. I think it's important that you take note of the time, streamline your presentation, so that you keep to the minutes that have been provided. Try to also cover the key aspects. For example, what policy objectives is your solution trying to address? And once you do that, focus more on the data that is being used. How did you prepare it? How did you clean it? And obviously, it's very important that we get to see the results, even if they may not be other stakeholders, particularly people who are in the different government departments where you are trying to solve the solution. And then the last one from me, there's a lot of data sources online, open data. So also try to look at that. And I think I will just stop there, Chair, so that I don't waste a lot of time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jabu. Just want to confirm that all the judges are back onto the call. Then we can then kickstart the win announcements. Whilst we wait for everybody else, was there perhaps any other feedback from the judges? Okay. Let's get right into it then, T. Sis Nemisa, I'm going to ask that you please announce the third team that's going to take the third place.
Okay, the third place goes to Dev Stuck. Thank you very much for participating. Dev Stuck. And the second place winner goes to Algotten. Thank you very much for participating.
Thanks to Nemisa and for first place.
And the winner from Mpumalanga teams, the winner goes to Bata Hackers. Thank you very much. So well represented Mpumalanga.
Congratulations to all the teams. And I'm just gonna get right into the closing remarks. I'm just gonna see if Professor Hosanna is here. I see not, and yes, T. Perfect. Thank you guys. See you on the other side. Bye.
We're asking if Free State is ready to announce their winner. All right, I think the nerves have been really on tension. I think, well, what can I say? Here's a big hand clap to all the winners. I think you have done amazingly well. Yeah. Hackers, judges, mentors, we really applaud you. Now it's time to present the winners. So we'll start with the Eastern Cape. Nkosikona, I'll ask you to unmute Aya so that he can announce for the Eastern Cape, to announce the winners for the Eastern Cape. Okay. So Eastern Cape, you can announce your winner. It should be online. Oh, we need to close all the rooms. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and let Free State announce. So, Mr. Tsidiso, are you ready to announce? I'll ask you to unmute because you're the second on the list. You can announce your winners. We want to say thank you. We've asked you to unmute.
Afternoon, Prof. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope you can hear us very well from the Free State. We had 7 teams that participated and only 4 teams were able to present. And we have brilliant solutions as team number 1, the Venoms, team number 2, and ST Squared as team number 3. Those are the winners, Prof, and we'd like you to congratulate them. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we will go to Gauteng. Gauteng can announce their winner. And so we will unmute you. Put on your video.
Good evening, South Africa. I'm the head of the Technopreneurship Center at the University of Johannesburg. First of all, I just want to thank Nemisa and the organizers. And also, I would like to thank the leadership of the university for allowing us to host this hackathon in the university.
So what's their problem?
So in Gauteng, we have the winners here. We have the first, or on the first spot, we have hashtag 1638 team. And we also have, on the second spot, we have the green salad.
No, it's automatic.
And then on the third place, we have the part-time professors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronnie. We'll now go ahead to EFGHIJKL. Limpopo, Dr. Modipa. Okay, I think if you're struggling with Dr. Modipa, if you could just reach out and let us know what you're signed in as. Otherwise, we'll go to Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga, Mr. Tiani, you can, who should we unmute? So we can. Okay, let's get okay. Okay, let's say you can start your video so that we can.
Sure. Video is going to be a little bit tricky with that one, Prof, but thank you so much for unmuting me. And from the Mpumalanga perspective, and first, of course, I just want to congratulate all the participants and, of course, the winners. For Mpumalanga, we had a total of 15 teams that were participating, and out of the 15, only 7 were able to pull through 4 presentations. And our winners from third place is Team Dev Stack. In second place, we have Team Algo Clan. And in first place, we have Team Butter Hackers. Thank you so much.
Professor, can we announce please?
Go ahead, Suzanne, you can announce. Okay, we've lost Suzanne. So what we'll do, we'll ask you, Isaiah Modipa, Dr. Modipa, to go ahead and announce the Limpopo winners.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tipe Modipa from Limpopo. So I would like to announce our winners. Third place, we have Team Complete Beginners. And then second place, we have Rockbite Analytica. That will be second place. And the provincial winner is the Team Data Crushers. Thank you.
Well done. Let's now move to Northwest. Northwest, are you around? Are you ready to announce your winner? Northwest, who do we unmute? MDI. Okay, while we get Northwest online, Suzanne, you can go ahead. Suzanne, are you ready to announce for Durban? Just to unmute you.
Perfect. Thanks, Prof. A very warm welcome from Durban. It's really hot here, and I think our hackers had a hot 3 days as well. But we're very excited to announce our winners, and our congratulations to the rest of the winners from all the other provinces. For KZN, we have our second runner-up, Boys to Men. Our first runner-up was Togo. And our KZN winner is DJ Patel's apprentice, also known as Tinashe.
Congratulations, hey.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll now move to Sean Russell from the Western Cape to announce their winners. Sean Russell, we are unmuting your mic.
Hi, Hosanna, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well. You can give us your video as well, if you can.
I haven't done my makeup and my hair. Can you guys see me?
Yes, almost.
There we go.
Oh, fantastic. There you are.
Okay, so we only had 2 teams. So the winners of our teams, we only had 2 teams. So there's the team 2 is the winner, and then the team 1 was the runner-up. Katlego, are you online? Do we have the names of the teams? Or do you need to be unmuted? Yeah, Scalp, can you speak? The winner was
the
winner was Abafadi, and then
I want to unmute Skulk so Skulk can speak probably.
Cool. So hi everyone. Prof, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you well. Thanks.
Yeah, cool. So Katlego also just mentioned in the text chat that their name was Abafazi. So they kind of did a project related to gender-based violence and kind of COVID and so forth. As Sean mentioned, we only had 2 teams, but I think what we lacked in quantity, they made up for in quality. Out of the 330 points that were awarded, the difference between the winning and the running-up team was 5 points. So it was extremely close, and both of them did an amazing job.
Thank you very much. Let's see. So now let's go to the Eastern Cape. Aya, are you ready?
Yes, Prof. Sure. Thanks, Prof, and apologies, colleagues, for the inconvenience and the delays. It was quite a hectic 72 hours here in the Eastern Cape, but I've got the results. And after 7 teams that we had managed to form up until Friday, we were so fortunate to have 5 of them reach the presentation stage today. And our second runner-up is Virgo Tech. Our first runner-up is Alpha Cobras. And then our first place winners in the Eastern Cape is Cybernetics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aya. I'm just trying to reach Northern Cape. Eva, you're not online if you can hear me. Sevaya. Who's presenting for Northern Cape? Eva, we lost you. Spotlight. Northern Cape. Okay, go ahead, Northern Cape. Eva, are you? We cannot hear you if you're saying something. Eva? Northern Cape, we cannot hear you. Can you unmute your mic or something? Northern Cape, can you unmute your mic? We cannot hear anything from your side. We can't hear you.
That's okay.
NCDev. There's no NCDev here. And what? No, there's no one logged in with those names. There's, okay. Yeah, there's someone on Northern Cape, but there's no, it's on mute, yeah. No, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Where's the alarm?
Okay, let me unmute you again. Yes.
All right. Can you hear me now?
No, we can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry for that glitch. This is Northern Cape. We are here to announce our winners. And on the third place, we had 5 teams actually, and 1 withdrew last minute. So we are presenting results for 4 teams. The third placed team is Educare. And then the second placed team, the runners up, is Hausa. And the winner is sorry for that. They are celebrating before I announce the winner. But the winner is TravelMet. Those are 3 winners, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the teams. Well done. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, we are now coming to the end of the session. Sure, what can I say? The digital technology hiccups, we can't live without them, we can live with them. So places like Gauteng had up to 25 teams and had to eliminate up to 10. So yeah, that was quite something. So I want to give a hand clap to everyone who has participated. That one is for you. Okay, so now as we go into the final session, today is a Sunday, and for many of us, it's a day of rest. All faiths call for such a day. It's a day when we reflect on the work we have done, when we remember to be thankful, and then to consider how we can improve what we did. It's easy to get stuck in a cycle of being busy and forget the outcome that we value. Our outcome was to demonstrate the principle of data-driven policy decisions, that we can draw from existing data to drive policy, to make recommendations that will make public service delivery much more efficient. In these very uncertain times, we need to make efficiency a priority. There are no resources that must be wasted, and this is what data science is all about. We also want to demonstrate that it is possible to mix data science with innovation partners, with youth, with wisdom of age and experience, with government, with academia, with partners. These are multi-stakeholder collaborations that really work. We therefore encourage you to fill out the post-hackathon survey so that we can reflect and improve. We will email it to you even if you have not gotten it, and we'll put it in the chat box. So now I want to extend a vote of thanks to you, the hackers. You showed up. Okay. And many people define failure as not achieving their goal, but that's a limited view. Failure is actually not showing up. In many respects, you have already succeeded. Success means remaining the course and constantly changing your strategy until you arrive at the outcome. To the winners, we are happy for you and look forward to the next journey that we will take together. More importantly, I want to thank the hosts who have done amazing. Commissioner Ndaba from the Mahikeng Digital Hub, that's for you. And your teams, of course. Eva Mamabolo from the Northern Cape and your team. Skalk, Sean, and Katleho from the Western Cape. Suzanne Ramsanda from the Durban Innovate in the UKZN. Ronnie and Rizuna from Gauteng. Okay. The famous T himself from Mpumalanga and his very huge crew. Dr. Modipa from University of Limpopo for Limpopo. Aya Glover from Eastern Cape. And last but not least, Tsidiso Mpeko himself. Thank you so much. We really appreciate everything you did. A lot of work goes into planning this and goes on behind the scenes. To the judges and mentors who showed up, we appreciate you and we acknowledge you for making this a great success. Your profiles are on the 4IR Digital Skills website, and we encourage you to keep looking at it. To everyone else, this on the nemisa.co.za website is where we expect to put all the updates. We also ask you to look out for the Nemisa YouTube channel, where we will curate and post the recordings of the masterclasses, the keynotes, and everything about the hackathon. And now a great applause to the team that really did some heavy lifting. Nkosikona Isweli. Okay. Victoria Tau from Nemisa, and as well as Mate Matielire from Nemisa as well. A big standing ovation for them. So if you need to connect with us, you can find us on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and there's much more where this came from: data science courses, 4IR courses, innovation opportunities, and all through Nemisa. And now for the final judging. Here are the final judges. Mr. Trevor Ramitlwa is the Chief Executive Officer of Nemisa. He's got great experience in the skills development sector, and he has served on many boards, including the Bank Sita, where he was CEO. He's also served on the MFSA board, amongst others. So let's welcome Mr. Trevor Ramitlwa. He will be judging the final session. And I'll ask the Eastern Cape winner, the final provincial winner, to get prepared, because you will be going live. Tell us which account you'll be using. The second judge is Mr. Tilivali Ramawa. He's the CFO, Chief Financial Officer of Nemisa, with many years of experience in the financial sector. Lebohang Modise, who gave a session on Saturday, was supposed to be here, but she had a bit of a bike accident, so she can't show up. Then our other two judges are well-known people in the sector. Professor Alfredo Tazzoli, he's the head of Telecom Center of Excellence in Distributed Multimedia at Rhodes University, and the former research director of the Telecom Center of Excellence in ICT for Development at the University of Fort Hare. His passion is in the telecommunications sector and the use of ICT for human development. He's a founding patron of the outstanding Siakula Living Lab. I'm sure most of us have heard about it. It's a multidisciplinary long-term initiative to bring meaningful ICTs to poor and marginalized areas, especially in rural in Eastern Cape. And then last but not least, it's Dr. Sunette Ibas. I've known her for a very long time, very diligent, long-standing hacker who is currently a senior lecturer at the Department of Informatics at the University of Pretoria. Her research and teaching focus on database technologies and applied data science. She's an accomplished researcher with a C3 NRF rating. She has deep and long industry experience, 17 years and more in managing data science and business intelligence projects, as well as software development. So now over to the final judging. So what we're going to ask the different provinces to do is to prepare. We will give you 7 minutes to present, and then the judges will ask you questions for 3 minutes. Okay, so Eastern Cape, are you ready? Aya, we shall use your account. You should be unmuted.
Hi. Let me just step away from the feedback. Apologies that Prof. Just need to step away from the feedback. Yes, we've just informed our winning team that they are expected to present. So I need to look at the call, but yeah, we will be ready. Just give us a minute so that our team hops on and gathers their thoughts. They're still excited of winning. So, but yeah, they are ready, Prof. They will be ready in a minute.
Okay, Aya, are you ready? What did you say? Is your team ready?
My team is ready.
Okay.
I have to.
All right. So we'll ask the Gauteng team to get ready so they can start. They can give their presentation while Eastern Cape prepares.
Prof.
Yes.
The Eastern Cape team is ready, Prof. The winners are on the call. So I think with your permission, they can start sharing their presentation.
Okay, please go ahead. You can share your presentation and
will
they use your?
No, they are sitting. They are sitting remotely, Prof. That's the interesting thing. They are in Port Elizabeth.
Who do I unmute?
In East London.
Who do I unmute?
There's one. I see her there. Siba Piwe.
So there's a clean hotspot there.
Aya, who do I unmute?
Which one should I unmute?
Hello.
Yes, Aya, who do we unmute?
So can we start now?
Yes, you can start now. Who is presenting?
Real needs more leave. The account Real needs more leave.
Okay, we've got it. Okay, she can go ahead and present.
It's not allowing me to share the screen.
Okay. All right, let's see. Go ahead. Okay.
So can you see my
Something
screen?
is happening. Oh, yes, there you are. So you've got 7 minutes, starting now, 3:45.
Okay. First, I'd like to greet you, Prof, and the judges. And firstly,
The time is running, The time is running. So let them present, and then you'll do that. So starting now, 3:45. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So Team Cybernetics, our team comprises of 4 members, and we are all first-year students doing IT. So we started off by determining our problem statement by organizing and studying the data provided under the dataset, which is 01 digital behaviors and organizations and government. So we conducted the following process to arrive at the problem statement. Step 1, we cleaned the data and got it into a form suitable for analysis. Step 2, we looked at the experience level of managers each industry. Step 3, we clustered the data by industry. Step 4, we looked at the challenges relating to the use of digital technologies in the workplace to assess the biggest challenge. So step 5, we looked at the benefits of using digital technologies in the workplace to assess the biggest benefit. Step 6, we looked at what most managers are doing to improve technology adoption to determine areas of improvement. Having collected sufficient data, it becomes possible to model problems faced by industries. The graph on the left side, sorry about the right side, on the left side shows a whisker plot of the average experience of managers per industry, with construction, education, human health, and social work activities, transportation and storage, and extraterrestrial organizations having the most experienced respondents. So the graph below, the graph on the left side, shows the overall average rating of digital challenges in industry as observed by managers per industry, with water supply, sewage, waste management, and remediation activities, and transportation and storage industries being the top 2 industries facing the most digital challenges. Amongst these industries, it is evident from the graph below, which shows the average benefit rating derived from using digital technologies, that the water supply, sewage, waste management, and remediation activities industry is said to derive the most value from using digital technologies. Further exploration / analysis of the data shows that managers within the water supply, sewage, waste management, and remediation activities industry feel that the instability of digital systems going down, load shedding, etc., is their biggest concern, with an overall rating of 10 out of 10. So, however, water supply, sewage management, and remediation activities industry manager feel that using digital technologies will allow them the ability to manage and monitor teams, activities, projects, etc., while not being physically present. This is shown in the graph below with a benefit rating of 8 out of 10. However, water supply, sewage, waste management, and remediation activities industry manager feel that using digital technologies will allow them the ability to manage and monitor teams, activities, projects, etc., while not being physically present. This is shown in the graph below with a benefit of rating out of 10 also. So as a result, the following conclusions can be drawn from the data mentioned above. Years of experience doesn't have an impact on the problems faced. The averages show that water supply, sewage, waste management, and remediation activities industry feel the most challenged by digital technology particularly. However, should digital technology be adopted, the material benefit would be seen in the ability to manage and monitor teams, activities, projects, etc. from a remote location without requirement for physical presence. For example, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, according to a News 24 article published in September 2020, is facing serious water supply crisis. The challenges faced are due to low water reservoir levels in the 5 supply dams nearby, as well infrastructure-related issues such as pipe leakages and slow leakage detection. These present local, provincial, and national government with the following challenges: failure to meet municipal service level targets, loss of municipal revenue, pollution and contamination of water supply lines, unexpected expenditure, high labor requirement for unexpected repairs. As a result, a low-cost solution is required that will allow the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality to remotely monitor and detect leakages in real time in order to minimize the impacts of interrupted water supply.
3 more minutes.
Okay, so for our solution, we propose the use of artificial intelligence at the edge to remotely monitor and detect water supply infrastructure. The approach will entail the deployment of sensors to key infrastructure and infrastructure point to conduct unsupervised monitoring of pipes, valves, and meters. The sensor network will be connected to a local edge server which conducts automated analysis of the sensor data presented. If a fault is detected, an automated report will be generated and a ticket will be lodged with the municipality. Benefits of the approach: low operational expenditure, low data consumption, bandwidth optimization, real-time visibility of entire infrastructure, autonomous condition monitoring and reporting. A similar approach has been employed by the Narula Institute of Technology. You can see the link for the case study below. Thank you for your time, Prof.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to unmute the judges who can ask you questions.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me? It's Dr. Avis here.
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay, fantastic. I have a couple of questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I just want to know, how did you prepare the data that you presented to us?
No, it's KZN. They've requested. They have to leave.
Hello?
Are you there anymore? Okay. If there are any other questions from the judges, we'll take them while Aya sorts out his technical issues.
Sorry for the delay. I couldn't unmute myself. For the answer of the questions, you will have to unmute Yandisa Nyembezi, Prof.
Oh, thank you for unmuting me. So the date.
My laptop is here. This is Aya's laptop. Okay, actually.
So the data we analyzed it using Python and a combination of pandas and matplotlib. So what we did is we went through it to assert what the problem is, and we employed a funnel down approach in determining what exactly the challenge is, and that's what led us to reaching the problem that was faced in Port Elizabeth regarding water supply issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Other judges, do you have questions to ask?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Prof. If I may ask, what policy elements are coming through in your solution? Or what policies are you in particular proposing after you have done this data analysis? Yeah, thanks.
Oh, okay. So with this data analysis, we've also considered the trade and industry strategic plan, which is also in line with, this is now looking also at our case study, which speaks to the requirement for infrastructure investment, which is in line with the presidential economic recovery plan of investing in infrastructure. And the idea we're looking at here is particularly the point speaking about having being asset tracking and asset monitoring infrastructure. And that's really the policy that we're looking to talk to directly. And yeah, thank you.
Hi, is there a time for another question? Is Alfredo Terzoli speaking? Hello?
Okay, Terzoli, thank you. Alfredo? Prof.
Okay,
Terzoli?
right. Just a quick question on the source of data, if I understand correctly, was the perception of the various managers of the usefulness of digital technology in their specific industry. Where does the data come from? Who collected the data? Or is that a available repository somewhere? I didn't get that.
So the data was supplied to us. We got it from a survey that was conducted by UNISA. Yes, thank you, sir. And then we then used those analysis tools, as we had previously indicated at the beginning of the presentation, with the funnel down approach to landing at this problem and also lining with strategic policy by the president and also the trade and industry strategic plan.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Judges, you can proceed to score. We'll give you 3-4 minutes for that. In the meantime, we'll ask Suzanne to prepare. And once, Suzanne, you're ready, you can let me know, the judges, when you're ready to go. We'll give you 3 to 4 minutes to judge. It shouldn't take a long time. Thank you very much. Suzanne, you can be ready. You can prepare.
Prof, we are waiting to hear from you when the judges are ready.
Say that again, Suzanne. Say that again, Suzanne.
We'll wait to hear from you when the judges are ready.
Fantastic. Yes, I will.
Can you see on our screen?
Yes, we see your screen. It says Nemisa Data Science, and there's a guy holding his head.
Okay. Yes. Okay. 100%. We're just waiting for judges, right? Yeah, okay, the microphone is quite close. It's here, so they'll be able to hear you. Shall we make some noise while we're waiting?
Okay, we're still, I think the judges are now wrapping up as soon as they're finished, because I can see the scores as they come in. So I can tell when the judges are finished scoring.
Okay. Thanks, Prab.
So hang in there.
Thanks.
It's Free State next. Free State, remember to also be ready. After this, it will be your turn. I'm not. It's because now. Okay. Thank you very much, judges, for scoring. Suzanne, you can now go ahead. Your team, your winning team can now go ahead.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to introduce Tinashe, who is our president winner. All the best, Tinashe.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tinashe Ndemera, and I am DJ Kato's apprentice. We regret to inform you. These are words a lot of us are all too familiar with. Unemployment is something that affects all of us. Whether you're a despondent job seeker, a parent who's worried about whether their child will make it in this tough world, a policymaker or minister wondering how best to reduce it. Unemployment has even affected those of us who have never been unemployed, as the repercussions are far-reaching, as you may have been a victim or a target of crime, as those who do not have much don't have much to lose, and therefore seek to use desperate means. I can relate to this man, this despondent man. It's therefore, going forward, I ask, how best can resources be allocated in order to reduce the unemployment in South Africa, specifically the eThekwini region in a post-COVID era? Conventional wisdom suggests we look at 4 areas: education, entrepreneurship, industry, and corruption. So the key question is, how best can we optimize the finite resources that we have in order to best reduce unemployment? Going forward, I use Jupyter Notebook as my IDE and Python as my scripting language. I imported the modules you see there, like your NumPy for arrays and pandas for data frame, as well as Seaborn for your statistical figures. Importing data is a tricky thing, having to ensure that it's encoded properly, but simple techniques such as changing into a CSV file result into our data being imported, as can be seen here. But as you can see, our data is quite dirty and needs to be cleaned. There's lots of unnamed files and lots of redundant information. So we first begin by looking at our data, the tails and the head. We investigate the shapes. Look at the unique values, as you can see, before we begin to fix it. One of the things we need to observe in our data is how many non-null values there are. So non-null values are non-zeros, and that means that the information is filled in. As you can see, under informal training description, for example, there's only 5,291 non-null values, which means there are a lot of zeros. We visualize this as you can see here. The purple is where the non-null values are, and the yellow parts are the empty objects. We therefore get rid of them as they are redundant values. And when we look back at it, we are now presented with a clear heat map that shows that there's nothing but non-null values. So what does this information tell us? So the information was essentially the skills audit conducted by EDGE, looking into the skills of the many different wards within the eThekwini region. We first begin by looking at the age histogram plots, as the youth is our primary focus. As you can see, the ages are primarily located towards the left, 20 to 40 years old, with the mean being 30. And as the youth is defined as being 18 to 35 years old, this is sufficient, with our 50th percentile being 24. So what do we find out from this data? Well, for one, if we zoom in on the eThekwini region, Ward 28, we see that predominantly no skills is what's prevalent amongst the population. Even when we zoom out, the picture becomes more dire, as the no skills population is far greater than the aggregate of the skills, as you can see. Then what this tells us essentially is that many of our youth are unskilled. So even if they're presented with opportunities, they're not in a position to adequately take them. But entrepreneurship is often touted as a solution. Therefore, we have to ask, is education, formal or otherwise, necessary for success within entrepreneurship? As you scroll down, we see that a study was conducted by S. Moodley at the University of Pretoria Graduate School of Business, where she asked 13 respondents, one of which was the founder of Nando's, and entrepreneurs for their background in education. As you can see, primarily, most of them, 38%, had either a formal, informal, or non-formal background. If you look at this data, it actually tells you that up to 90% of the entrepreneurs surveyed had a formal education, followed by an informal. We also have to ask, what is the relation corruption plays? Let's say funds are set aside for such initiatives. How much does corruption affect unemployment? So I decided to look at the correlation between, the correlation between unemployment. Pleasantly surprised to find that they were negatively correlated, i.e., the higher the unemployment within a province, the lower the corruption. But then it's a question of the chicken and
Two more minutes.
Which came first? Is it that more prosperous provinces such as Gauteng attract more opportunities for corruption, whereas provinces with small economies like Eastern Cape attract less attention for corruption? That would be something that needs to be investigated further. So now going forward, what do we do? What is the question? So one of the many barriers I faced in conducting this research was a lack of detailed and sufficient information. Given sufficient resources and time, I believe we can collect enough data to answer some of these questions. The relationship between the successful entrepreneurs and their educational backgrounds, as most businesses fail, as well as answering which wards need special intervention. So going forward, we look to build a machine learning model, possibly using an algorithm such as decision trees, to predict if somebody is likely to be unemployed or employed, given inputs such as the demographic data, the level of educational institution they studied at. This will provide governments with a tool going forward to identify at-risk youth so they can apply appropriate interventions, such as if they find that there's a lack of driving license, which is a barrier to employment, they can put in those interventions, digital skills training. And this will be detailed on awards.
Sorry, but your time is up.
Towards the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, over to you, judges. Your questions? You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Guys, it's Dr. Tsunetia. I just wanted to know how many members were in your team? Sorry, I missed that if you did mention it.
One.
Just himself.
Oh, no way. All right. And what is your background, if I may ask? Are you studying obviously IT or more business related or a bit of both?
I'm doing my master's in chemical engineering, but I just got an interest in learning Python quite recently, actually, and then this happened to come by and took the opportunity.
Okay, and the audience doesn't know me, but I'm normally not speechless, but I'm speechless. I don't have any further questions for you. I think it was well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other judge with a question?
No, not for me, Alfredo.
Okay, thank you, Alfredo. Mr. Ramawa, Mr. Amitwa.
Yeah, not from my side. The only comment that I can put out is that, or maybe let me rephrase that to make it a question. How should that be operationalized? I mean, from a policy point of view, like from policy then to making that, how would this solution work in practice terms?
So essentially looking at rolling it out on like a ward level within the eThekwini region. Obviously the assumptions will have to be made, like we don't take into account migrant workers, but we look at the areas, we take as much information as we can, what the person studied, what sector they're in, as much information as we can take, their gender, their level of education, and we essentially collect that information and we train a model to identify whether somebody is likely to be employed or unemployed, right? And we use that to predict future trends. And in order to avoid those future trends, we input interventions that address those specific issues that are likely to lead to that person being unemployed. Furthermore, if we go further with the machine learning route, we can even, after basically implementing those interventions, apply other techniques such as linear regression to see what is our actual output from our interventions. Are we actually getting a return on the investment? How much has the unemployment in that particular ward decreased? Because the goal is to optimize the finite resources that we have. And if it succeeds within eThekwini, it can roll out to the rest of the country.
Thank you. Our time is up for you. Thank you very much. That is UKZN. That is KwaZulu, not UKZN, sorry. That's KwaZulu Natal. So judges, you can go ahead and vote for KwaZulu Natal. Thank you very much. Free State, get ready. Yes, you've got, I think judges were giving you maximum 3 minutes to vote. But Free State, get ready. Okay, thank you very much. The judges have finished scoring. So Free State, over to you. You can now. Are you ready? Is this your car, your Audi? Free State, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, go ahead. We'll give you. No, the Audi is not for the judges. Sorry, Sunette. So go ahead. You've got 7 minutes. It's a funny one.
As Brilliant Solutions, we'll be focusing on understanding digital technologies and digital skills in organizations and government in South Africa. The policy that we'll be focusing on in terms of this presentation is according to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, Notice 513 of 2018, Strategic Element 3, focusing on 3.1, which states that South Africa needs to advance digital skills for the workforce at unprecedented, particularly for lower skilled workers who will otherwise bear the burden of job vulnerabilities. Moving on to the next slide. The data that we used in order to obtain our results came from the resources that were given to us. So we focused on HR managers' knowledge on digital technology in different organizations and government in South Africa. The data was presented to us in the Excel spreadsheet. So we used, before we went to Spider, which is in collaboration with the Python, to plot our graphs, we took out the new values so that it won't give us error or other things. I will give to Zamo to present.
Okay, talking about the graphs that we'll be representing. Now, the data that we have collected here was given to us. Now, this graph shows that HR believes in using digital technology as they see its ability to help managing teams and projects. It can be seen in the graph above. Now, the following graph will be showing the challenges that they encounter. Now, even though digital technology has challenges such as a high cost and not always being available, most HR managers are neutral about the challenges involved in digital technology. Now, showing the risks and attitude when using digital data. When analyzing the data and risk and attitudes of digital technology, we found that based on the data that was provided, HR managers are unaware of the risk of this technology, such as digital technology can be hacked, data can be lost, people can be scammed through data technology, and lastly, data can be duplicated. They seem to be unaware of that. Now, as we went deeper, we thought that age can actually affect this, but we actually found that age does not really affect our data because we found a peak at age 37 and 52. Now, going deeper into looking at the age, we found that actually, whether they are old or young, the technology development was at average. Now, the digital skills development, this graph shows that in the last analysis, we looked at digital skills development. And after analyzing this data, we found that most of the managers were neutral about digital skills development. So they didn't have any disagreement. Looking in the last graph that we found that no policy against development of digital solutions.
Thank you, Zabo. In conclusion, we can deduce that managers believe in the benefits of using digital technology. However, statistics show that they are not aware of the risks involved in these technologies such as hacking and scamming. Furthermore, most organizations do not conduct digital skills development. Going to our solution, we can say we plan on designing a web-based application that will bring awareness to the employers in the organizations. The app will further ensure that employees follow internet protocols that at all times and avoid sharing personal data to the world, as well as important organizational data to unsecure websites.
And this web-based app is not just for HR managers, but it's for the whole entire organization as a whole.
That's it from us in Free State. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, over to you, judges now. You can ask them questions for the next 3 minutes. Max.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shunetia. I have a question for you in terms of the data modeling techniques that you've used. Can you just enlighten us on the techniques that you've used?
Okay, regarding data techniques that we have used, we used the scatter plot that we took those plots from the Excel spreadsheet and put them into Spider. So that's how we obtained those scatter plots and being able to get these graphs that you guys observed.
And the graph that you are seeing were showing that, actually showing that we were actually checking for trends. We're not actually checking for a specific individual, but for a trend. That's why we decided to use a scatter plot.
Thank you.
A quick one. Is the team made by 2 people or only 2 spoke, but there are more people?
It's only made by 2 people.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Chair, what is the skill set of these 2 people?
We are both electrical engineers. We are both students from the Central University of Technology. One is electrical engineering and the other one studies computer systems engineering.
Just for interesting sake, how would you describe your skill sets? Because we've got our own idea. Do you think you're more technical inclined or are you more business focused, although you are engineers?
Both.
Which
the
freezer?
simple answer is both.
Both. Thank you.
Huh?
Come again.
Okay, judges, are you done with the questions? If you're done, you can proceed to start voting while Gauteng prepares. So Gauteng, you're coming up next in about 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, just waiting for one more judge's call. And while the judge scores, I wanted to inform you that IT Web wants to interview all the winners. So please contact Nkosi Kona, send her a direct message with your numbers so IT Web can call you directly. So if you're hearing me, the hosts, we're asking you to contact Nkosi Kona directly with your cell number so that they can interview the winners, the provincial winners, that is. Okay, thank you. So over to you, Gauteng. You can share and then.
Good evening, everyone. In Gauteng, we have a team called hashtag 1632 that is going to present. Over to you, Tim.
Good afternoon, my fellow judges. This is team hashtag 1632, and our project is called Lisedi, which means light. And we are a group of 2 people. Between 1993 and 2015, 38.45%.
You're muted.
Sorry.
Okay, 7 minutes.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you. 7 minutes to go, and then 3 minutes for questions. You can start.
Okay, good afternoon, my fellow judges. This is team hashtag 1632, and our project is called Lisedi, which means light. And we are a group of 2 people. Between 1993 and 2015, 38.45% of all deaths were time-critical conditions. So the problem is the inability of local government to dispatch local emergency services in this time means that the emergency services response teams are not optimized to meet the growing demand for time-critical emergency response capabilities of a growing population. So, Lisedi is an artificial intelligence-powered platform that allows emergency response teams to dispatch response vehicles in an area based on social media data and spatial planning data to suit emergency response teams with the information of what type of incidents occur in a particular area and how busy that area is in that point in time. Lisedi also allows residents to subscribe to response feed to see how many emergency response vehicles are currently deployed in that area and what their specialization is. This thus allows administrators to use on-hand data to actually procure the necessary amount of vehicle types and equipment to assist in an event of an incident happening in that area. Lisedi also allows private ambulance providers to enroll as third parties to help offload capacity constraints in emergencies.
So now, going over to our policies. So Lisedi essentially allows effective data-backed management of the Disaster Management Act And it also provides transparent procurement notifications for deploying emergency response areas where emergency response is required. Number 3, it also enforces the ability for mass data collection from users using social media while abiding to the POPIA rule. And also, as a side note, we are also going to use the data we collect to enforce policy decisions based on information on the ground. Unfortunately, we're not going to show graphs on presentation. We're simply going to switch over to our laptop, and we're going to be showing you a live proof of concept of the dashboards. And I've also shared a link with the judges on the chat, and you'll be able to use it along with us. So everyone is more than welcome to use the platform. So now, what I'm going to do is just share. I cannot share from my dev laptop, but can I have the permissions for that, please?
Teboho, you can go ahead and share. It will automatically allow that. Is it
okay, so let me see. It's saying cannot start video. Anyway, let me just use this laptop again, and then, yeah, sorry for that, judges.
Yeah, you can share. It allows anyone to share.
Okay, so share screen 1, share. So now what we are seeing is the Lesedi platform running. So if judges have already registered, we can continue. So what I'm going to do, I was logged on to the previous machine. So I'm just going to log on this one like that. And then just enter the password. Let me get it from my SMSs. Glad. Recipe. Oh, sorry about that. Cut, paste, log in. Then it should allow us in. So now how we built Lesedi is we used a lot of our framework behind PHP. Most people don't usually use PHP for machine learning, but we believe it's something that we needed to do to be able to implement the application. So our machine learning algorithms typically, they use an SVM vector. So that SVM vector is sitting behind a state machine that automatically allows you to just vet your data and on the fly. So I'm just going to import the data. This data set we use the data set. Okay, we use the data set coming from the official hackathon, and also we use data coming from OpenUp. So now the OpenUp data set, we found that it's much more cleaner to be used as a supporting set for actually importation into this main platform. So now once I click import here, it should allow us, let me do this. Okay, so now it should start importing. So we have background queues running. So even if a user is offline, automatically the platform will be able to import data as it is. As you can see, we have 20 facilities. Once I reload, those facilities should now increase. So now we can now start playing around with the data on a live dashboard. So now if I do this, I can start playing around with the top 5 performing hospitals. We can change the vectors for this, but how we determine this is our algorithm. So we use something called a Lavestein machine. So what it does is we matched close proximities of a hospital name on Twitter or real-time Twitter feed to actually get sentiment data based on how clean a hospital is, how well it actually presents itself, how well do the staff members help their people there. And then here, we actually have a drill down data version of the worst performing hospitals. So if I click here, I can be able to see infection control rates of a hospital. And then the higher the graph is, the more the problems is. So we use this data from OpenUp, as we can see here. And then we actually cleaned it up using Twitter sentiment analysis. So we know we can actually vet this and actually produce one outcome to say, okay, this hospital is not clean. That's why it's part of the worst performing group, like that. And then here we have something called flower power. We like playing around with our data. So Flower Power allows you to do just that, to visually play around with data so that people can actually see. So under Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, we actually have these hospitals available. So you can actually see now the biggest performing districts, the worst performing districts. So this is the type of data we prepared for the demo. But the application should also allow users to receive notifications whenever new vehicles are actually assigned to a site, whenever an incident occurs. So we have Google Maps distance matrix implemented into it. So based on the Twitter sentiment data, we can actually go to Google and actually get information on the traffic stats happening in that area. What type of incidents? Is it muggings? Is it accidents? Is it shootings? And then we can automatically send SMSs to everyone who's subscribed to this feed to say, hi, there's been multiple shootings in that area on this day. So you can actually optimize your response vehicles. Hello?
Time is up actually now. So thank you. Judges, over to you. You can ask questions now.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Sinetia. Well done. I think it's a fantastic solution. I think if the competition was for real-time app development, you would have won hands down. So it's a really good, novel idea, well executed. I just wanted to ask, how was your data prepared? Because this is based on...
Hello? Okay,
I'm sorry, did you hear me? Because my connection was a bit unstable. Okay.
No problem. So now, what we are using something called a Rubik's ML. Rubik's ML is a high-level machine learning algorithm built specifically for PHP for real-time data analysis. So what we did is we used a min-max and then a hot autoencoder to actually import the data into the database. Unfortunately, it's the database sitting on the other laptop. I can't show it. But now what we did that is we cleaned it up to such a degree that even errors don't actually mess up the data. If there's an error, it's logged inside a job queue and it can be re-imported again at a later stage. So from the min-max algorithm, so we're using something called SVM, a state vector machine, to actually now start doing sentiment analysis. But we combine that SVM machine using the Levenshtein chain. So what that does is Levenshtein actually compares the similarities between two keywords. So now that's how we actually now get our sentiments to, like, if a Twitter user posts this, we can match that algorithm to an SVM. So if the SVM reports the same results and the Levenshtein reports the same results, automatically we get everything here as it's laid out on the screen.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Is Alfredo Tazzoli? In fact, two. The first one is, what is your background? Are you computer science students?
Well, I am a self-taught software engineer, and Tebogo is also a self-taught software developer. She's actually started programming this year, but she's actually studying law.
Okay. All right. Well, you seem to be moving around the PHP framework pretty smoothly. But the second question is... 1 minute, judges. The second question is, you started talking about an application in support of emergency intervention and, of course, the policies around that. But now you seem to be doing evaluation of specific hospitals, essentially, which is an interesting thing, but does not actually glue exactly with what was the initial presentation of the first couple of slides of Lesedi. Can you explain to me?
Okay, so now when we say emergency response, we had to use a vector. So our vector was healthcare, because that's the data we could easily attain from all the sources we've been to. So we use this as a means to validate that the model is working based on the healthcare facilities being implemented. But you can add your fire station, you can add your police, and also private companies can also log in, add their device, add their vehicles, and they can also respond to emergencies as they come in, as the platform receives them.
I'm afraid time is up, 16:32, and can we have the judges to code?
Sure. What province is that? I missed that. Mpumalanga.
No, that was Gauteng. Yes. Thank you.
Gauteng. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
So Limpopo, get ready. And while the judges are scoring, I want to remind the hosts to tell the winners to contact Nkosikona, send your cell number to Nkosikona directly so that IT Web can contact you directly and interview you. That will be after the minister's speech at the end.
Coming. So that, yeah.
Buy two, you get the third one free. So
Okay.
I bought 2 lots.
Thank you.
And that's calculated. I put it 164 for 3 things. No. 4 times 2. I wouldn't bought so many. The showers.
All right, Limpopo, I hope you're ready as the final judge submits his score.
Yes, we are.
Fantastic. I'll just give. Over to you, Limpopo. You can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. On behalf of Data Crashers, I would like to give also a special thanks to Nemisa for hosting this data science hackathon for us. So I'll be talking on behalf of our group, which is consists of Ujon, Gaugelo, Preska and Josias, and my name is Lazola Javo. So when we were looking into the data that was given to us by the government of Limpopo province, we noticed that the world as we know, it has changed and is evolving. We have seen a spike in the population growth in South Africa, and we are going to explore the government historic data to help South African government to incorporate traditional healers as mainstream health practitioners. The reason why we want to tackle this is because we have an understanding that South Africa, after facing this pandemic, we noticed the healthcare system being understrained, and knowing well that when we're looking into the stats data from Statistics South Africa, is that more than 200 there are more than 200 traditional health practitioners that are in South Africa, and that is important for us to create policies that make them to be able to be part of the healthcare system. So the data that we worked in was from province government. First, and we do processing by doing a bit of data mining. We also used Matplotlib and Seaborn for getting our analysis, and we actually modeled, which we are going to show it a bit later on. So from Stats SA, we actually looked into the data from 2004 to 2017 and noticed that from all these different sectors of government that are practicing public health, that are practicing health, from 2004 up until 2017, there is traditional healers that are practicing, and most people coming from different socio-economic background, actually people that are unemployed, people that are part-time employment, people that are employed actually go to these places and actually so another thing that we did was to build a model that actually looks into people that are most likely to visit these places, and we presented that with building a Streamlit app. From the Streamlit app, we can see that we have these are the team members on our homepage, and also if you go a bit further.
Sorry, I think somebody needs to mute. Somebody, there's a noise in the background. I don't know, I'm not sure who's there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So when we looked into our data, we actually tried to explore it by looking into people from different genders, about people who actually visit traditional healers. And we noticed that in private, in public, and also we have more female visiting these places. However, when we really look into traditional healers, people who visit, there's a slight increase in the men that actually go and visit these places, meaning that both genders tend to go to traditional healers. And it is important then to have policies. So another thing that we actually did with our data was to look interchangeably in how people who visit the public sector, the private, whether they go to all of these places to seek health benefits. And we noticed that yes, but most people actually go to private and public, and other people go to private, public, and traditional healers. And these were the third biggest group of people who actually use all these platforms. And then people who actually go to private tend to not use traditional healers a lot. And then looking into the data that was given to us, we noticed that there is a bit of sudden change in how people go to traditional healers in different years. And in 2020, we see a slight increase from the year 2019, which was a year where there was COVID-19. So that is also important for us to create these policies that will help traditional healers to practice. So over to my colleague to talk about the model that we had built.
Thank you, Lazaro. We have decided to use naive-based classifier because we are classifying just a binary as to whether someone will decide to go to a traditional healer or not. the aim is to be able to help our government decide on how much of this it will be needed. So if we take one for an example as gender, we realize that this person does not consult the traditional leader. By the way, one is encoded as a male, and then we have 2 as a female. So 3 is someone who decided not to disclose. So I will not take too much time on this because I want Lazaro to tell us about our policy suggestions. This was just to show that we can deploy our model on a live app.
When looking into all the work that we have done, that most people go to traditional healers, the government have implemented some regulations that help the traditional healers to practice within certain guidelines. However, some policies need to be added here because we people need to see transparency in the people that actually practice, that is the traditional healers, and to be held up to the same standards and people who are in doing modern medicine. And also, this is crucial because a lot of people go to traditional healers, and the type of traditional healers that are available there should not only rely on word to mouth. They should also document their work so that when we hold them to very high standards, that will be so it is important so that when we hold them to very high standards, we can be able to regulate them so that when people who actually go to these places, when they have issues and they want them to be attended, they can have a place where they can report, and everyone is actually living up to everyone's health is actually maintained and kept safe. So thank you everyone for your ear.
All right, thank you.
I have no question at the moment. Thank you.
Any other judge with a question?
Yes, a little thing. I think the analysis for me was pretty good on a very interesting topic, if I may say. One thing that it seems to be different compared to other, or at least the majority of the other presentation, it was the idea of bringing whatever, an app, a website, something that automated this type of analysis for further input to the policymakers or something. Do I understand correctly that in this case it's just the analysis that you're talking about? That seems to me very clean, very well done, but just want to be sure that that is the thing.
Okay, so can you repeat the question again? I don't think we got the question.
Maybe it's a little bit long.
All right, Mpumalanga, go ahead. You've got 7 minutes.
All right. I'm representing Para Hackers. We are from MP, and we have been thinking since the time we saw the president coming up with the government coming up with an idea that they ought to be developing smart cities around the country. So there is the need for this kind of. We went back and really intensive and urban and integrated information and communication and such. And some of the four main concepts that are around smart city models are availability, accessibility, affordability, and accountability. And there were two certain core elements that we're very keen on exploring further. So we noticed that one of them is clean, breathable air and robust connectivity and digitalization. But however, unfortunately, as people from MP or reality, surrounded by pollution, if we are to realize the model of a smart city. So this is what we found from one
I can't hear anything at all, is Alfredo.
That realized one of the South African equality to one that is fully safeguards the health and well-being of the people. So this that is the amendment to the listed activities and association minimum emission standards identified in terms of Section 21 of the National Environmental Management Act, which sets out to put limits and broaden, enforce certain requirements, environmental requirements for these areas that are responsible for pollution. So one of the systems that has been set up by the South African by the Department of Environmental Affairs is this air quality monitoring system. You would have noticed one if you have been around. So the system that we are proposing is a data visualization dashboard that shows the interactivity. It allows policymakers to track key metrics so that they can be able to improve their strategic planning and governance. So the data pipeline for how we worked about was we accessing raw data and then taking that same raw data and processing it, pre-processing it with Python and Jupyter notebooks, and then putting it into a centralized database, and then eventually data visualizing it. So these two, the third and the fourth step, these are all cloud solutions. So we decided to go the cloud route because we thought it was necessary for a centralized database, centralized system which is reliable and accessible and scalable. So this is the raw data that we would be getting from one of these sessions. So the data is supplied by the South African Air Quality Information System, and it's in a unprocessed, incomprehensible, and not really useful for what we need to do. So the data needs to be pre-processed and manipulated some more so that it's actually more visual. So this is how it looks like when after it is put in as a data set in Jupyter Notebook. So after noticing from the study that one of the major key gases that are responsible for pollution in around Mpumalanga area is SO2 and NO2, which is sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. So we decided to only focus on those two on our data set. So this is what we did in Jupyter. So after getting that information, we then pipelined it to using Google Cloud pipeline into cloud storage online. And from cloud storage, we're able then to
2 minutes to go.
To sequestrate the data to a big query, which is essentially a massive database that allows us to do query related tasks that can allow us to manipulate the data in some way. So then that data then is piped into Google Cloud Data Studio, where then we have the fancy visualizations that we actually needed. So which shows then that how severe the pandemic that we have this side with polluting gases such as nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and sulfur dioxide. So this one of these maps here shows the ups and downs and the changes over the course of a year. So this was in 2017. So that we can see that in some instances we have as much as 25 to 30 parts per billion of these, which is compared to the national average is more than 300 times. And so this is one of the visualizations as well that we can see that sulfur dioxide plays a massive role in terms of data in air pollution and the kind. And finally, as part of the reporting, the whole essence of this dashboard is to allow them to get immediate access to results instead of relying on the current system that does not allow immediate access to results, wherein the data comes in.
Time is up.
All right.
Over to you, judges.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think this was a very valuable presentation. I really enjoyed it. I must just comment on the link that you made with smart cities and the quality of air. I think that link was very valid, very valuable, and one could see the bigger picture of your data relating to that. I just have one question. What data modeling techniques did you use? Because I didn't really see correlation or anything like that.
We essentially got our raw data from the South African Air Quality Information System in CSV format. So our data modeling techniques were pretty basic. Like we said, we were reliant on cloud solutions. So we opted for the cloud solution because we noticed that it gives us flexibility and scalability when going forward. So all we needed to do in Jupyter Notebook was to format the data, ensure that there are no null values, or because sometimes some of these instruments they may not be working, so they give null values. So we just ensure that all the data is available and is able to be used in Google Cloud Platform. Once it is in a storage bucket like this, that's it. It goes all the way straight using Google pipelines. Right? That's it. It's so automated. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Can I just make a comment? An obvious correlation against temperature, the ambient temperature, because you have that. So that's maybe something that can add value if you're planning on entering again a competition like this, to include something like correlation, because you actually have the data available. But thank you for your presentation.
Oh, thank you so much for the comment.
1 minute left.
Hi, is Alfredo Pizzoli. Can I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead. We'll take it as the last question.
I found your presentation interesting and the system you built quite competent.
Pardon?
Sorry, Prof. Tazoli, just unmute yourself again.
All right. Okay. I found distracting the opening on the smart city that is really, not here or not there. But otherwise, if you pull it out, then for me it would be quite a interesting and complete system.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Time up. Okay, thank you very much. Judges, you can go ahead and score Mpumalanga. While Northwest is now ready, so what Northwest is going to do while the judges announce is that they will announce their top three and then prepare the top person to present. So go ahead, Northwest. Commissioner Ndaba, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor Zana. This was a very great journey, and I am delighted to announce. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
You're speaking to Lerato Mazeka, and I'm the administrator of the hub. So representing the CEO for IR Commissioner Joseph Ndaba, I will be announcing the winners for the Northwest Province. So our third runner-up, his name is Kevin Moji, and his idea presented was self-extinguishing candle. And our second runner-up was Thabo Mponya. His idea presented was Pocket Doctor. So going to our winner for the province, his name is Lemogang Matlou. His idea presented was Government Web Application Reporting System. And I am very pleased to announce to everyone that Lemogang is only 16 years old.
Yay!
So congratulations, Lemogang. It was a great journey with you, and good luck on this presentation. We believe in you. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost done with voting, so I hope Northwest winner, you are now ready. You can get your presentation loaded while the last judge scores.
Where is it?
All right, Northwest, you're ready to present. Remember, you've got 7 minutes. Are you ready to present? Okay, we're going to skip over you, Northwest.
No, he's trying to share his screen, and somebody. There's somebody sharing their screen. Can we have access?
I think let's move ahead with Northern Cape, and then Northwest you'll present later. So Northern Cape, are you ready? Western Cape, you can also get ready, and then you can load up the presentation if you are ready. So whoever is fast to load up the presentation should be able to go. Are we winning?
Apparently there's somebody sharing their screen.
Well, it's not showing. It's not showing. If they can share their screen and also speak and unmute themselves, that might help as well. They can share the screen. Oh, stop share. Can you try again?
Prof, one thing you might want to try and do is disable sharing and then enable it again. I think that should, whoever is sharing, stop them from sharing.
Okay.
If you go into securities.
Everyone sharing, so try again.
Cool.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, can you share your screen?
Yeah, I'm from the Northwest province.
From which province?
Northwest.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Yeah, can you not see it?
Okay, Lemohang Matlu, I see something happening.
So yeah, my name is Lemohang Matlu, and I'm 16 years old.
Go ahead, you've got 7 minutes.
So I've built an application called SA Statistics Report and Focused. So I'm gonna solve the problem of unemployment in data. Data is a really valuable tool to have because we can use data to solve real world problems like unemployment and many other things. So I decided to build a web application which the government can use to be aware of what's happening in our country. So the web application can not only be used by the government, but it can also be used by individuals from varsity or colleges to look for jobs online, and they can take the questionnaire to see whether they have a chance of getting employed or not. So the policy that I'm dealing with here is the expansionary monetary policy, which aims at stabilizing the economy as well as the employment rate. So I've been analyzing the data sets that the Nemisa provided for us, the 2013 data sets, and I found out that 22,013 people were employed and 7,209 were unemployed. So from that data set, it shows that Gauteng had the most employed people, whilst Northwest and Northern Cape had the least employed people. So why is forecasting and reporting really important? It is really important because it allows businesses and governments to set goals based on predictions or forecasts, and governments can actually manage their resources even better. They can spend they can do their budgets even better by analyzing the predictions that I've made. So reporting makes the government aware of what's happening in our country because I'll be showing graphs like the employment rates, the crime rates, things like that. So let me show you the demo application that I've built. So I built this app using Streamlit because I'm not a web developer, so I decided to learn Streamlit and use it for building this web application. So I plotted this data which I got from some websites. I downloaded the economic growth rate of South Africa from some website. Then I used the data to plot the economic growth rate of South Africa here. So when I downloaded the data set, it was actually very unclean. So I had to do a lot of data processing techniques for it to turn out like this. So this web page that shows the reports and dashboards, has many things, like the unemployment rate of South Africa since 1991 till 2019. It has also the youth unemployment rate of South Africa. So let me change the web page and go to the take questionnaire. So remember that when I was presenting on PowerPoint, I mentioned that varsity students can actually answer a questionnaire to see whether that after they study, after they finish college or varsity, they can actually answer this questionnaire to find out that whether they have a chance of being employed or not. So the user will just opt into this questionnaire and answer some of the questions. And after that, he or she is going to submit answers. So let me just show you. So let's choose the province.
3 minutes to go.
Okay, cool. 2, 7, 81, 25. Just click these ones. Then I'm gonna have to submit my answers. So the system is saying I'm likely to be employed after studying. So what I've done here, I've used a machine learning algorithm called a KNN, which is basically used for classification and regression problems. So I can actually show you the code for the algorithm that is behind the questionnaire. So yeah, this is the KNN that I've built. So there is this tab called Focus Reports, and this is the tab that I was actually struggling with because a lot of websites don't have the data that I wanted to predict some features that affect unemployment. So here I just included the population prediction of South Africa after 30 years. So I could have inserted the unemployment rate prediction to after maybe 10 years, so that the government, when they use my application, they can actually see how many South Africans are going to be employed in the next 2 years or so. So yeah, I think I can stop there. Yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, judges.
Good afternoon. Well done. I think I'm about 4 times your age, and I'm not even that old. But congratulations on making it thus far. I have one question for you. You did mention that the data was not very clean, and you did clean it. How did you clean it, and what type of decisions did you make when you had to clean it?
I had to install some Python libraries like pandas to clean the data, and I actually had to use Excel at some point to delete some rows that were actually unuseful.
Thank you.
Can I ask something? How did you find Streamlit in terms of usability?
Sorry?
How did you find the Streamlit in terms of usability? The main tool you use.
Oh, one of my mentors told me about Streamlit because I wanted to build an application, but I didn't know web development. So he told me that Streamlit is one of the tools that data scientists can use to present their data analytics and dashboards, or if they don't have the knowledge for development.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, if I may ask. Lemogang, very well done. I think I want to check with you. This application, did you start it from scratch or did you build on from something? And I just want to check, did you have to cut a lot of things in the process, or you just went smoothly without any things that you thought they would work and they didn't work?
Yeah, so I built this application from scratch using Streamlit. Sorry, this is actually the code that I was is working on. Let me just share the screen. So yeah, this is where I built the
45 seconds. Yeah, 45 seconds. So we'll take one more question.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I think you answered me. Thank you.
Continue. You can continue. 30 seconds.
I don't. I think I'm done here.
Okay, I think we're done with that. So judges, please go ahead and start voting, scoring this one. While who's the next? Who's the last? Is it the last one? Northern Cape. We're now going to Northern Cape. So Northern Cape, you can prepare your presentation and load it up, so you can go straight into it while the judges score. Thank you.
Western Cape also still has to go, Prof.
Yes, Northern Cape and Western Cape. It's not our fault that you chose alphabetically. Yeah, down there. But that's supposed to be a joke, eh? Okay, Northern Cape, take it away. The judges have finished scoring. Remember, 7 minutes and then 3 minutes for questions. Yeah, she was sharing, but now it's gone off.
It's a tie at the end, the last ones.
So that it reduces poverty. Right. So with that said, let me get to my policies that I put together from a lot of research, and this is what we came up with. So basically our policy objectives that we decided to choose from the research that we gathered was labor force, education, infrastructure development, and so forth. And we're looking at these because we need to observe these factors because they influence tourism in the Northern Cape. Thank you.
Okay, hi guys, it's Stephanie speaking. So with
our variables that we decided from the data, we use the policy objectives to actually get or choose these data variables. So what we aim to do with this is to engage with the government data from our worksheet and unlock some insights that will help policy decisions.
With the data preparation, firstly, we have unsupervised data. And so because we have unsupervised data, we decided to go the unsupervised learning route. And what we did with our data is we removed missing values. We looked at the shape of our data as well as the description. Learning, we came up with, we decided to use the subsetting method because we wanted to get variables from our large data set.
Is it my machine only, or what? The voice sounds like it's gone.
Me too, Alfredo.
Same here. I think she might be having some network issues.
It seems like we've lost them. I don't know if they can hear us, but if not, can we just move to Western Cape and then we'll come back to them in the best interest of time. Western Cape, are you online?
Yes, so Roberta and I think Roberta, are you?
Yeah.
Are you in the call? Okay,
Nemisa.
cool. Yes, so they are gonna do it. So take it away, guys.
Okay, so may you please share your screen and then we'll give you your 7 minutes.
Okay, have they started?
In the count of 3, and then you'll have to begin. 3, 2, 1, and you're good to go.
Abafazi means woman from its origins of Zulu. So what story does data sell? At first glance, when you see an Excel sheet, it might seem overwhelming, but it tells a completely different story when you expand and see the timeline of what has become of the data. The 4 steps from the weekend that I've learned is empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. To think outside of the box and to make a solution out of something that dramatically affects society. Gender-based violence. The general term used to capture the violence that occurs as a result of the normative role expectations associated with each gender, as well as the unequal power relationships between the genders within the context of a specific society. The primary targets of gender-based violence as victims are women and adolescent girls. But not only are they at high risk of gender-based violence, they also suffer exacerbated consequences as compared with what men endure. To achieve the vision of lowering gender-based violence in South Africa will be required to fast-track progress towards achieving the following outcomes for the next 5 years. One of the outcomes will be firm leadership and strengthened accountability that responds to the gender-based and femicide problem. Another outcome would be for South Africa to address specific systemic and structural drivers of gender-based violence through the role of effective prevention and healing interventions that target institutions and households to stop violence before it happens. Another outcome would be laws, policies, and frameworks are enforced, implemented, and adopted that align with addressing gender-based violence and femicide. One of the outcomes would be,
I got it.
So the data we were busy with was the SAPS crime report. So basically we took from 2019 to 2020 and the implementation plan. So an outcome would be women and girls are able to access the necessary resources and opportunities.
Sorry, Elroy, can you mute yourself again, please?
that enable them to feel and be free and safer in public spaces whilst making healthy, autonomous choices for their lives. So we're going to be in the framework of 2020 to 2030. So at the moment, gender-based violence and femicide are more broadly deemed to be unacceptable within South African society. So a solution would be new forms of social connectedness are established that contribute towards healing from individual, family, social, and historical trauma caused by violence. So from the year 2020 to 2024, there was evidence-informed positive parenting programs, specific support for teenage parents and for new mothers. So this is innovation in identifying, testing, and expanding promising interventions and the implementation that address prevention gaps such as substance abuse within a family or legal and illegal firearms and mental health workers. So from 2019 to 2021, service provision expanded local capacity to meet survivor needs through the establishment of rapid response teams in place, deepened understanding of research needs until 2030. So growing up, your parents always try and tell you your parents try and shelter you so much from violence of the outside world. And it is hard to feel protected when headlines in the newspaper are real action on gender-based violence, a pipe dream as women die every day. We want to end the killing of women. Gender-based violence is a barrier to achieving development agenda. The death penalty won't stop sexual violence. Becky Cele concedes police officers aren't fully equipped to handle gender-based violence. Women with male partners who come home drunk frequently are 4 to 7 times more likely to suffer intimate partner violence. The effect of alcohol on the cognitive capabilities of individuals lowers inhibitions and heightens patriarchal ideologies, thus arousing dominant toxic masculinities that often lead to violence by men towards women. Studies of domestic violence frequently document high rates of alcohol and another drug involvement. So these are graphs showing the severity in each province of sexual offenses. And then we created a prototype website. So this explains what we do, explaining our vision and mission, talks about how numbers in domestic violence cases increased within the span of COVID. It shows you the shelters available on the website and organizations to reach out to. And there is a femicide plan that I was talking about from 2020-30. So gender-based violence facts and how COVID and gender-based violence affected women during this time. And there's also a 24/7 chat bot to help you with anything you need help with on the website. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over to you, judges.
From my side, no questions. I think a very relevant topic, and I really enjoyed your presentation. Well done, guys.
From my side, I would like to understand a bit what tools you have used to, kind of analyze your data, correlate them, or whatever, because you had multiple sources.
Okay, what we did was that we used Python in order to just clean the data and normalize the data sets, as well as to see a couple of graphs, but most of the visualizations we did using Power BI.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I just want to check from a policy point of view, given that this is such a real problem that is confronting us, what is your data revealing in terms of what should government do?
Okay, so in terms of what we saw in the data is the fact that there was changes with the lockdown as well as the alcohol banning. So there was huge differences when the alcohol was banned and when it was reopened in terms of gender-based violence. So maybe somehow trying to get restrictions on alcohol would be one of the things that would help, because I know there are many factors that affect gender-based violence, but alcohol is also a significant factor that we saw in the data.
1 minute left.
Just one question for me, and I'm not so sure if you touched on it. Did among the different age groups, did it sway the outcome to a certain level, meaning certain age shows extreme, on the other side maybe shows moderate or lower results?
The data that we got we mainly used was one from SAPS, and it didn't have the age ranges on it.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Judges, you can proceed and score. Northern Cape, we will allow you to finish your presentation. You've got 5 minutes and you're the last. And we're coming to the end of it, so go for it. So begin to prepare, put up your presentation again. Make sure it's working, Stephanie. Okay, so we're giving you 5 minutes, so you can remind us where you stopped and then you resume. 5 minutes, but not now. We'll tell you to start. Not. Stephanie, take it away. Finish the day strong.
So concerning the subsetting, we decided to use subsetting method because it helps us to get variables from our large data set with reference to the policy objective. With the unsupervised data, there were no output variables to predict, and like just looking at the data, and there's unlabeled data, and the objective is to find patterns in data based on the relationship between the different variables. Concerning the k-means method, the reason why we decided to use the k-means method is because of its scalability, its ability to use a large data set, and that it uses a faster time complexity. And with cluster analysis, what it does is it groups data based on similar characteristics.
How well the results support our policy objectives is that we identified factors that influence tourism in the Northern Cape, such as your security and safety, as well as the availability of water. And our results are to inform tourism optimization, as well as identifying towns with similar tourism factor observations.
Okay, we would like to show you what we have
so far. So we created this dashboard using Streamlit, and it's an interactive dashboard. So the idea behind this was to see what the correlation was between the tourist potential and, in this case, the safety and security. So if we hover over the bubbles, we can see the name. The x-axis represents the safety and security because it's our independent variable, and our y-axis represents our tourist potential. So we looked at that. This is a positive correlation of 0.084. And then we also looked at the relationship between tourism and availability of water. So we found that it has a negative correlation of minus 0.22. So we will further in the future look into why this is negative and what influences that. For instance, here we have Kleinzee, and it has a very low water availability, but its tourism potential is very high. And we also have an outlier, namely Kimberley. And in most of our data spreadsheets, it is an outlier. I don't think we mentioned this, but the data we're working with is from the Northern Cape.
Thank you so much. So let me show you what we did when it came to clustering. So I made screenshots because the previous computer battery died. Sorry about that. So basically, the first thing to do is to determine the optimal number of clusters, right? So to do that, we use the WSS algorithm. And if we look at the next, if you look at this screenshot where the graph bends, we know that that would be our optimum number of clusters. To further confirm that that's our actual optimum number of clusters, we then use the silhouette method, and we can see it is definitely 3. So from that, we know that we're going to group our towns and cities into 3 groups.
1 minute to go.
So we did, we grouped our towns and cities based on similar characteristics, right? So this is just where I grouped them, this is where we grouped them, and then this is our visualization on it. So what we're noticing here is that there's a huge gap between the groups. We can see that the group one, the ones that are that have a high tourism potential, is way different to. So yeah, so that's what we can tell from our visualization. But basically, the reason why we grouped our data is so that we can now apply policies on groups of towns and cities rather than applying them individually. Why? This saves resources and is way more efficient.
And we eventually plan on having this in each and every province and not just in the Northern Cape.
Time is up. Thank you very much for the presentation. Judges, over to you.
Nothing from my side. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, nothing as well from my side. I think it's a good presentation. Thank you.
Nothing from my side, Alfredo Terzale.
Okay.
Nothing from my side also.
All right, great. Thank you so much, judges. Let's give them a major hand of applause. Time of Sunday, it's a busy day. I'm saying wait for the big challenge. We really appreciate that. So the results are actually ready as soon as the last judge scores. So give us 1 minute and then we will announce the winner. Just 1 minute. As soon as the judges finish, I'll say the judges have scored. I'll share my screen and then you'll see what the score is.
People, can we even see how many people on this call? There we go.
We unmuted, right? Just remember.
All right. And here is the oh, wow. Yeah, it's been a long day. Hey, a long 3 days. We really want to say thank you for standing the test of time. So this is the time where we announce the winners. I think we're all winners, eh? So we've got our team behind here. The score is tallied as soon as the last judge scores, so we know who the winner is. And we'd like to tell you right now who the winner is. Before we do that, let me tell you first about my own story. I'm joking. That's just cruel, eh? All right, in third place. Are you ready? In third place, we've got Western Cape. Okay. And, oh yeah, the total score for Western Cape was 211 points. 2 of the judges scored them for best female. So that's another big clap for them. In second place, it is Gauteng. With a total score of 236. Two judges scored them with as best presentation and 1 as best female. So we'll speak to them about that. And the winner for the grand prize and the winner is KZN! Congratulations, KZN. That is quite something. Standing applause for that. So you can celebrate. Now that's enough, right? All right. Thank you so much. I think the hardest part is done. Thank you for hanging on in there until 5:53, 7 minutes to 6. We'll now hand over to the minister. Is the minister available so we can spotlight her?
Woo! Congratulations to all the winners, Team KZN, Gauteng, and Western Cape, and of course, congratulations to all the hackers. Thank you so much, Program Director. Let me join you and the other judges in thanking everyone that participated. Judges, this would not be successful without your contribution. Members from the... Come again. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very... Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the teams, academia, from government, mentors, but most importantly, the people who made this weekend possible, the hackers themselves. Of course, on Friday, when I spoke to yourselves when we were opening the hackathon, I did indicate that we are looking forward to great solutions that will be provided by yourselves in the challenges that we are faced with. And indeed, you did not disappoint. We may have decided through the judges that this is number 1, number 2, number 3, and whatever. But the fact of the matter is that we remain a winning nation because we have you that chose to be part of the solution and not to be doing anything that would have undermined the greatness that South Africa has. And for that, as government, we really appreciate you and your efforts. I had invited Chairperson and CEO. I had invited the CEO, the executive caretaker of CETA to be part of this presentation so that he can get to see the greatness that our innovators have. And of course, as I said again on Friday, that in the process of repurposing CETA is ensuring that we give platform and open a market to our own South African innovators. And having learned about those that are on the stages of prototyping, it therefore means that those that were from government here, together with our CETA team and Nemisa, we must therefore make a follow-up in ensuring that the work that has been started today does not end here. Instead, we get to build from it and make sure that it can be utilized by government first. Because as government, we have a responsibility to show confidence in our local produced innovations and products. Without us doing that, it would mean that we're really depriving our people, but also depriving government of great solutions that we can get in the challenges that we are faced with. I listened to exciting presentations from policies that are there, the gaps in them, and the recommendations that are made. And I want to say from now onwards, as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, we will make sure that we bring all that can add value to the step that we have taken. We are looking forward to bigger and the mother of all hackathons, Nemisa, because as we have started here, we also have a responsibility as we also share the SADC region and are the ones that are responsible in terms of the 4IR, that are responsible for the coordination and production of a clear 4IR plan for SADC as we take it to the AU level. This is a challenge that has been set by Nemisa, but as I said, it wouldn't be possible without all of you here, beautiful people. For that, we remain indebted to yourselves, and I want to say, let's take one step at a time. But that step is the one that must ensure that South Africa occupies its rightful place. And the rightful place is when we are able to identify our own niche, when we're able to develop solutions that are African for African problems, and when we then realize, as we know that we're part of the global world, to say we have a role to play in the global sphere whilst we are collaborating with those that have walked the path before us. At the center of this is an enabling environment that must make sure that as government, together with other partners, we're able to ensure that we provide not only market, but resources, whether it's through incentivization of the work that has been done. I have engaged with the minister responsible for small business development to say we would like to partner with them on the outcomes and those that would have won here. The outstanding meeting that we have is with the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, who also said he is with us and he will take it from us after this work, and we see what else can follow as we join hands in working together as government. And of course, government can't do it alone. It is going to be made possible by the collaboration between ourselves, the society or the communities, and the private sector that we have. But as government, we must lead. All the best, as I said, and thank you for being committed and dedicated in reclaiming the glory that we deserve. Our only choice is to make sure that we disrupt the status quo. I want to call upon yourselves not to conform to all the standards that are here. I know I may be unpopular for that, but reality is that no revolution has been won over people being compliant and conforming. We can confirm to structural everything that is there, but innovation is about disrupting the status quo. And it is out of that disruption that countries have realized that they can change their economies, including change the way they do things. Gone are the days where South Africa is forced to follow one person's thinking and creative. Now we're saying, let's work as a team. Let's disrupt those that think now this is the best and show them that this is not the best. And we don't have to be big to be the best. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, thank you and congratulations to all the teams and all the best, even for those that are going for the interviews with ITWeb. Let's tell our stories. We have been too shy to expose and brag about the greatness that South Africa has in innovation, because I do not know whether it's because we don't have confidence in ourselves, but we can only be greater and bolder when we know our story and show everyone and make everyone to listen to us, because now we are speaking. Thank you so much and all the best to all of you. Data Science Hackathon 2021 hackers. Thank you so much, President.
Thank you, Minister. And with those words, the hackathon is officially closed. Thank you once again to the judges, most importantly to the hosts. We owe you, we appreciate you, we love you. Hackers, thank you. Mentors, judges, everyone, government enthusiasts. This was the biggest, audacious hackathon, data science hackathon across the whole of South Africa, and you made it possible. See you soon. We'll be in touch. Remember to fill out the post-hackathon survey, because this will help us to improve what we do and for next year as well. God bless. Live with passion. Bye-bye.
Shiva